items?
No, there are not.
In that case, I will convene the session, convene the closed session at 5:03 PM and then return approximately 6:15.
Got the right.
Good.
Okay.
All right, I now reconvene the BRSSD board meeting at 6:17 p.m. Item number 5, flag salute. Everyone please rise and salute the flag. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Tonight's meeting is being recorded and live streaming via YouTube. There's nothing to report out from closed session. And next item, we'll go to the Board of Trustees report and with Trustee Koo.
Thank you, President Leinbach. Yeah, it's interesting going almost, actually it's a month since our last meeting. So yeah, we've transitioned to slightly fewer meetings, but more board retreats so we could have deeper discussions. So since the last meeting, I did have a chance to go to a California School Boards Association meeting in Sacramento, a board of directors meeting. And, you know, they're continuing to flesh out their strategic plan, which, you know, in the longer term is pretty important because that's the organization that is providing training to school board members, also doing policy research. And that's a lot of the effort. You know, they want to provide more data and more research to assist school districts when they're just have deeper knowledge in different areas. So that's a interesting, you know, process to see how we're putting together the long-term plan of how to best meet school board members' needs. And then I had a chance to go to the Belmont Water Dog Run and help kick off the kids run along with quite a few of our trustees. A really great event and appreciate all the hard work of the volunteers, including our very own trustee Howard. And then lastly, this Monday, I had a chance to go to the San Mateo County School Boards Association meeting, and that was great to connect with other school board members across the county for the first time in a long time. You know, there was one kind of a hybrid meeting somewhere in there, but this one it felt like it was back to normal, and I'm really hopeful that we continue to jump back to normal and reconnect with people. And that's part of what makes us a strong community is the ability to connect with each other and learn and grow. That's it.
Trustee Babala.
So I'll piggyback on what Trustee Koo just said in terms of getting back to normal. I'll just notice that this is the first meeting where we're not wearing masks and you all are not wearing masks. And it's really kind of nice. So it's good to see people's faces. It feels like, you know, we've gotten to know people's eyes really well, but it's nice to see everyone's faces once again, and hopefully agree with you that this trend continues. I did hear a report, I have to say, that I hear it's going to be a pretty bad flu season, like the worst in 5 years. So be mindful of that. Our teachers, for sure. You have a bunch of little ones in your class. First of all, let me just say happy Diwali early. Those of you who know, Diwali is a 5-day festival and it'll start basically tomorrow. Most people celebrate it for 5 days, and it's called the Festival of Lights. And the idea is it's basically the triumph of good over evil. And I was really tickled today because Trustee Leinbach, Superintendent DeGuara, and I were over at Central and was not expecting this. We were expecting to just go for a brown bag with teachers and staff. And we get there, and what's the first thing we see is a Diwali celebration, which I have to just give kudos to Principal Chuck Donovan, because apparently this was his consolidation of this festival. I mean, it had sort of been happening in little ways in different classrooms over the years, and this was the first time they'd done it all together. And so the volunteers who were part of that shared that this is kind of an effort where they're going to celebrate lots of different festivals and lots of different cultures. And I see a lot of nodding from folks in the audience. So I know that this is happening at all of our school sites too, and in different ways. So I only bring Central up as an example because we happen to be there, but I know that all of our sites are doing various things to celebrate cultures. And I think that's a great thing. So we saw actually Principal Donovan actually wearing a kurta pajama. There were teachers who were wearing saris, and it was quite an event. It was an all-day thing. They were teaching kids to do rangoli, which is basically sand art. And they also were making diyas, like little tea candle holders. So anyway, it was pretty exciting. So that was the fun part. Then we did get to spend some time with teachers and staff in a brown bag, which was also great to talk in person. And one of the things that I think all three of us were struck by, you all can share if you have a different view of it, but we were surprised to hear about the behavioral issues that apparently are coming up. Let's just say, don't know if that's still a result of the pandemic or if it's something else going on, but teachers were expressing that. And so I bring it to the attention of the rest of the board because I think it's something, we need to keep an eye on. Certainly, the effects of that they were sharing were that it's sometimes it delays the curriculum, right? To be able to actually get to the curriculum you need to get to. It's hard on the other students in the class, and it's hard on the teachers. So I think it's something that we need to keep an eye on, and whether that's parent education or some other strategies, we can discuss that at a later date, but just wanted to bring that up. Then I had a chance to go to a retreat in person for the Sequoia board. They actually do most of their things on Zoom, but they had a retreat in person. And it was interesting to see the parallel work that's being done in our district and the high school district. So specifically on equity, where we're going through our strategic plan and we've done our equity statement, they've done their equity statement, but it feels like a lot of districts are in the same place, getting started on this equity work, which is really important, and trying to define what does equity mean. It's one thing to have a statement, but then how does that translate into what happens in a classroom, what happens in curriculum, et cetera. So anyway, that was very interesting. They had a start off discussion on their equity work in terms of, a consultant and where they're going to move forward with that ongoing work. They also had a board self-evaluation, which I know is something that when we go to CSBA, that's talked about as a best practice. We haven't traditionally done that in Belmont-Redwood Shores for whatever reason, but it might be something to think about moving forward. Just make that as a suggestion. And then finally, had a chance to attend some strategic planning meetings with a number of you at Nesbitt and at Ralston. There was talk about equity and diversity, certainly in the parent interest groups, as well as an interest about math placement, preparing middle school students for high school, specifically in math. So those are some of the interests, but we do have a number of teachers and staff, and I do want to say this because it came through just loud and clear. The one thing everybody agreed upon, they love teachers and staff. So just thank you for all the work you do every day, and we all appreciate you too.
Yeah, I actually forgot to mention some of the strategic planning session. I went to the one at Redwood Shores Elementary, and that one, it was kind of interesting. There was just talk about how can we be more proactive as a district in identifying some of the struggles that kids are having. And so that was like a big topic that came. Proactive instead of reactive.
Trustee Bossy.
Piggybacking on some of what's already been shared, as is evident, we're in the middle of doing a lot of different kinds of feedback sessions about our strategic planning. One of the things that Superintendent DeGuara is doing different this year is he always does brown bags with staff. He's actually doing brown bag and feedback sessions with students. And I was able to attend the session at Ralston with Superintendent DeGuara and President Langbach. A lot of great feedback. It was great. And I'm so thrilled that we're doing it at the elementary level as well as the middle school level, because in the past, when we've gotten student feedback, we've limited it to middle school. And it's just been really interesting to hear the feedback. I just wanted to share a couple of takeaways. The format is that they work amongst themselves and then share out loud one thing that they love, things that they love about the district. And at the Ralston session, all of the students who were participating had been in the district from kindergarten onwards. So Superintendent DeGuara invited them to share things about any grade, not just at Ralston. So share what they love and what they would change. I wanted to share one thing that I thought was really interesting about the things that they loved. They shared that they really loved having all the hands-on experiences and diverse equipment. The initial statement was just, I love that we have so much diverse equipment. And the previous student had shared something sports related. So I thought the student was talking about sports equipment, but when probed, they actually talked about sports equipment and PE and all the different kinds of, and it wasn't just equipment, but that's where it got expanded to variety of different hands-on experiences, learning and exposure to sports that they never had exposure to, like archery or other different things, as well as microscopes in the science classrooms and just all the different kinds of hands-on experiences that they were getting an opportunity to at middle school. So that was a great thing that I hadn't heard before, and it was great student perspective. In terms of things that they could change, the one thing I thought that was interesting was that they wanted to change the sports. And coming from Ralston, the reason I thought it was interesting is when parents talk to me as a board member about the middle schools, they always say, well, I want my kid to go to Ralston, or they'll just say, Ralston is sports. And so to hear students saying, I want to change the sports, and what the specific thing they were saying is, we want to do more of it, and we want to do intramural specifically. They gave the example, flag football is at Nesbitt and Sandpiper, but not at Ralston. Why can't we play each other in a flag football? We want to participate too. So it was just, it made me chuckle inside, and it just was something interesting to hear the students say that they wanted to change. And then one other thing I wanted to share was we got a lot of feedback about the bus lines. I thought this was interesting because it's one of those things that I think as a professional, there are a lot of things that in the corporate world, and I think it happens in academia as well, things look great on paper. You roll them out, they sound like the best laid plan. And then when you're actually doing it, the feedback is the best laid plan was really not laid that well. And that's the feedback we were hearing from these students. And they had all these different examples of why the current structure is not working. And I thought, this is so awesome because we're getting to hear things from the people who are directly affected by these different policies or different things. And it's just a different perspective than we would hear from staff or from teachers. So it was great to hear this feedback from students. And I'm looking forward to being able to participate in more. Following on the strategic priority sessions, I think all of the opportunities for in-person community input is finished, but I did just want to reiterate that I've had a couple of parents tell me they didn't realize they could give input multiple times. They thought it was just you show up at one session or you fill out one survey and then you're done and your opportunity's over. And they found it very insightful to hear at a session that they went to that they could continue giving input, that we want all of their input. So I wanted to reiterate that today for all the listeners to know that they can give input as much as they want. And then the last thing, I was able to attend the principal coffee chat at Ralston recently. The topic was SEL, and that's been a topic of interest to us at the board, particularly about the feeling of community at Ralston based on some of the feedback that has come through some of the surveys in the past. And so it was really interesting what Principal Adler shared about some of the things that have been happening and some of the things that are coming. One of the things she talked about was the Unity Day that was recently held for 7th graders at Ralston. It was especially interesting to me as a parent because I didn't get a lot from my child. I got very little information about what that was about, but it was very insightful. And for those listening, if you're interested, Professor, Principal Adler shared the slides, and it has some bullet points there, but it was just really interesting because she asked the students questions and said, if you feel yes in the answer to this question, step forward. If you feel the answer is no, take a step back. And the purpose of this day was to really get a sense of where the students are at, and also for the students to see each other and see where everybody else was at. So it was interesting because one of the takeaways was, one of the questions was about, have you ever felt anxious or anxiety? And many students stepped forward. Another question was, have you ever felt depressed or sad or just not wanting to carry on? A lot of students stepped forward. And that was actually one of the things I'd heard from my son, because I think it was an aha moment for a lot of the students who may have been feeling it themselves, but not feeling like they could share it. And then as a group to be able to share it was really community building for them, and to give them insight to other people are going through what I'm going through, and I'm not alone in this. So it just was was a great thing. And also going forward, Principal Adler talked about how her focus through SEL is in community building amongst the students and staff, but really for the students to come together and building communities, and then also just really understanding and seeing each other and where they're at. She's continuing to do numerous things. She talked about a book that she read over the summer that her staff all has, and that they're implementing some of the practices. It's called Morning Classroom Conversations. And she talked about a number of other things that she was doing. The last thing I would leave you with is that she actually walked us through some of the classrooms, not all of them. If you've been to the campus, the U building, whichever doors were open, we got an opportunity to walk through. As board members, we've done that with the superintendent. We've often had an opportunity to walk through. A couple of parents said, one parent in particular said, I've been a parent of Ralston students for 6 years, and I've never been inside a classroom other than back to school night. So they found it really refreshing to come in. And I just wanted to share that that was something that Ms. Adler started and the parents enjoyed. And it was a really fun experience for the parents to be able to see, here's what my kid's doing in middle school, and here are some of the things that are happening. And there are a lot of really cool things happening. So that was some of my takeaways since our last board meeting.
Thank you. Trustee Howard.
Well, how do you follow those acts? I guess I would start by saying that one of the big things that's happening right now is one of the things that allows us to provide the programs at the school, which is our ECC. And we're at a grassroots level, organizational level, we're working hard to make sure that parents understand the importance of giving and how it affects both not only our local site, but our entire district, and how that then comes back to help our local site. I encourage you heavily to participate in the education commitment campaign and donate to School Force, and find whichever means you have to donate to School Force, and therefore your PTA as well. Remember that first $250 stays local, and then the next bit goes off to your local education foundation, which then supports many of the programs that we all benefit by. Counselors, as we talk about mental health, librarians, many of the activities that our kids enjoy are made affordable by the efforts of School Force. So please contribute. Remember that every family counts, every person counts, every dollar counts. That funding is essential for our schools, which are unfortunately underfunded by the state's budget. I want to also echo everyone else's recognition of the importance of community events. one of the things that we're really challenged by in coming out of the pandemic is twofold, or severalfold. I think that norming is an issue. Getting to know what behaviors are okay and not okay, not just the kids, but the adults. We're not always very polite in our parking lots, as I found out today. And, you know, where that behavior that adults display is then comes back to our kids, and the way that the kids are interacting with adults and each other is also a little bit of a challenge. See this all the time, even with our high school kids. Different kind of behavior on the, I help out with Cromont Scott's football team, which is playing Jefferson tonight. It's killing me that I'm not there. But the guys are not exactly, you know, they're not what they normally would be. And so there's a different kind of, they're still discovering each other and how it is to interact with one another, and adults and our traditional institutions. I think that's pretty widespread, and I think we can all acknowledge that. But that's why building back our volunteerism, building back our PTAs, building back our community events helps us feel more invested, part of that community, and allows us to see each other again as people, and allows us to remember what's so special about our schools. I was lucky to be a big part of Nesbitt's big community event called Party. And I was also fortunate enough to be part of the board that put together the Water Dog Run. And they let me whoop up the kids before the race gets started. But you just forget how special it is to be near each other and just enjoying each other. And I got to say, it's hard not to get choked up in those moments, because you realize both how great our environment can be and a little bit of what we've lost. And so, you know, I think there's both opportunity to build back something better. We can do it together, but it's going to take some time. I was really happy to hear about a recent assembly that was put on by the Closing Doors community that really focused on building acceptance around children with special needs. And there was a lot of talk around what it's like to be autistic, and what it's like to experience the world as a visual learner and have some challenges with auditory learning and auditory stimuli and tactile stimuli and tactile learning. And what was really special about that was not just acknowledging it, but how much it impacted some of the learners that felt like someone was actually calling out their experience and normalizing it for them and amongst the community. And I really want to thank Opening Doors PTA for making that available to the community. And I hope that spreads throughout the district. Like you've heard, that there's a strategic plan effort going on, and I really want to encourage folks to be part of that committee and really do, as they say, a deep dive into where we want to be and how we're going to get there. And not so much the you know, various little programs that are trendy that come up here and there, but really thinking about what kind of person do we want to graduate from this district, and how well are we going to articulate them with our high schools, whether that be DTech, whether that be a charter school, whether it be a public school, so set them up for success, not only at secondary school level, but in life. I want to encourage you to vote. We have an election coming up. We have 3 board seats open.
I know.
I thought it might just come back, you know, like a little. Yeah, I think that there's a lot happening in that area, and it's interesting to see how folks are navigating that. But please vote and be part of the process. Also, in that vein, please get your flu shot. It's no joke. People die from it every year. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a bad flu year, Trustee Bopali was saying that as we come out of a pandemic, what we've seen in places like New Zealand, Australia, is that they have bad viral seasons as they open things up, and we're literally opening things up. So protect yourself, protect your loved ones, get your COVID booster as well. But word of the wise, get your COVID booster on one arm, get your shot on the other arm, or you're asking for a big welt otherwise. It is Latin History Month, Latinx History Month, or it still continues to be Latinx History Month. And I love that we were able to celebrate that. I love that we found that some of our custodial staff were able to perform for the students. A man I've known for a good 8 years is part of an amazing band, and he brought his culture and his band to this to the school site. It's just unbelievable, like how talented the group was, and just this humble, very hardworking guy that I know from letting us into the NUR when I was PTA president. It was just so great to have him share his culture with us, and I know that that was going on throughout the district. But we're moving into Native American History Month, and it should be recognized that this is the native territory of the Ohlone tribe. And so, there are always folks that come before us. And I think that it's important to acknowledge that we're all standing on the shoulder of giants one way or another. This wonderful Bay Area didn't become the wonderful Bay Area in a day. It started with the First Peoples. That's all I really have to say. Go Scots. Don't hit Jefferson tonight, I'm going to lose my mind. They're always an athletic squad, so we'll see.
So what's very important to me being a part of the board is getting out in the community and getting feedback and hearing how things are going. And I think all of my colleagues here have shared a bit about how that's been. And this past month for me has been especially active with hearing community feedback from parents, from staff, from students, just everyone in general from a number of different events. A number of them we're already talking about now, so I won't go in detail. One of them that I wanted to mention was at Fox School a couple of days ago. Trustee Bopali and I were able to go with the morning coffee with the parents. And it was organized by the PTA, and there was a good showing of community members there, and we had a great conversation. And it stemmed out of, they did an earlier morning coffee with Miss Carter as being the new principal there. So that worked out so well, they did it give trustees. So it's something that maybe we could, in the future, we can rotate around the district, because it's a great way, at least like 2 trustees to be there. Of course, that way there's no Brown Act violations, but to get that feedback and hear from it. So that was very valuable hearing about that. And it's also a more casual environment because we have the podium here, and it's kind of a very sterile environment to give public comment and can't really reply. So it was great to have that two-way conversation with everyone there. And also I attended with some of my colleagues the San Mateo County School Board Association meeting. We had a couple great speakers there. Vernon Billy, who's the chief executive of the California School Board Association, and Kevin Gordon, who is part of the Capital Group, gave some very impressive speeches to us about finances within the state of California, and how both their organizations are out for our best interest. They're lobbying in Sacramento to get us the best funding we can get, and to also, when the legislators have these initiatives with the best intents of keeping students fed or getting kids into TK earlier for the education, to lobby for us, say, yes, you can give us those mandates, they're great for the kids, but we need the funding to do it. And what they mentioned is the situation isn't great, but especially Kevin Gordon, who's part of the Capital Group, he told us that it could have been much worse if they didn't have lobbying efforts to get as much money as they have. And they're going to continue in the future to fund these more than they are right now. So And of course, CSBA has many meetings. We have Legislative Action Day, so I encourage all of us to be active in that so that we can put our voice in there. And any staff or parents or anyone else who wants to let their voice be known to Sacramento, I'd encourage that as well, so that we can. So it makes Rui's job a little bit easier. CBO Val's job a little bit more easier to spread the money around. And of course, School Force is very thankful for contributing as well. Some of the other events I went to a couple, as Trustee Posse said, Superintendent Gar brought the kids in, and it's like, let's hear what they have to say. You know, what do you really like? Where are areas of improvement? And let's talk about those. It was a great conversation. Kids, when they talk, they don't have any filters on. They can tell you exactly what's on their mind. And it was very worthwhile. I think Trustee Posse did a great job reflecting on some of those thoughts. And then also the teacher brown bags are very helpful as well. And I just want to echo what Trustee Bopali said about the extreme behaviors. I mean, across not only the one we went to for lunch today, but other sites I've been to and community discussions. And when Trustee Bopali speak, I saw a lot of heads nodding. Yes, behavior is a problem. So I think we really have, as a board, as a district, we need to be cognizant of this and keep track of it. And if there's actions that need to be taken, take them to help this problem. But it is apparent, and we are listening to that feedback. So all this, the strategic plan development is really gaining momentum. I really like that. I also attended a community event in East Palo Alto for our Tinsley families. So they didn't have to drive all the way up north. We went down and saw them, and I was glad that they came out and shared their perspectives and what their needs and desires were, and a lot of good comments about the good things the district is doing. So I'm looking forward to continued feedback from the community in terms of more events, surveys, and getting that all the data back. And it's a 10-month process, and we're just beginning it with it. So I'm looking forward to continuing along that path for the betterment of the district. And most of my comments were taken, so I won't repeat those. And I just want to wish everyone a safe and happy Halloween, and turn it over to Superintendent Gara.
Thank you. Hi, always great highlights. I will piggyback on a few and keep a couple other comments brief. Strategic planning, you guys picked up on all of the big pieces. We've done our 4 in-person sessions across all of our communities. We're in the process of wrapping up our first student brown bags. I'm going to revisit again in the spring, just because actually I think it's fun to do a year right from the kids. And our survey is open. And somebody mentioned about the opportunity to keep revisiting it. You can take the survey multiple times. If you say, oh, I wish I would have said X, just log right back in and put it in. We've had a lot of responses in our survey. We're looking forward to culling through that data and looking at what topics really resonate and rise to the top. The student input sessions, again, definitely always a highlight of my day. I will say a couple of, on a serious note, middle school kids specifically, Ralston, I came away from them, and actually when I was debriefing it with somebody, they actually shared an analogy with me. When we think about middle school kiddos, they're, 11, 12, 13, like they're literally 5 years away from being an adult. And on the other end, they're literally 5 years away, and maybe some of them still do, hold that teddy bear, right? So how we as a system, as the adults who are trying to be kind of regimented, are on one hand able to be empathetic and nurturing to where they are, and on the other side, give them the freedom that many of them crave, is a really hard balance to strike. The other thing I'll share is with students to adults to staff, a lot of similar thoughts, just said in different ways. On the fun side, when I was at Redwood Shores, I got credit for the ice cream social. They thanked me for giving them the ice cream social. And while I want to say you're welcome, I'll get you some more of those. I had to say, actually, that's your PTAs, right? That's your local PTA and staff building that culture at your school. And that leads me into kind of the next piece. Just the great appreciation that I have for school force and our PTAs, that PTAs really building that school culture, and school force making sure that we have staffing and programs to support that culture is just imperative for our kids. The other thing I want to mention, twofold. One is ECC Education Commitment Campaign ends in October. So it's just a little bit more than a week to go. But there's this thought of PTA is different than school force, which is different from ECC. The reality is they're one and of the same. They benefit our kids in our schools, and all of the funds raised across the board supports our kids. So really making sure that we are able to continue what our students' needs are and support that is just really important. So definitely grateful and appreciative for the Education Commitment Campaign, or PTAs, and really coming together as a community. Today was the great shakeout at all of our districts. We pretended at all of our schools. I'm like making sure I see nodding. We pretended the ground was shaking. We all dove underneath our desks. We covered and we held on, as the protocol says, right? Some of us may have gotten into a doorway, but and we practiced it, right? Definitely on tonight's consent agenda is safety plans for our schools. So really important that we do that. I will say we did that. I was under, where's Julie? Director Eastburn had the pleasure of telling everybody that we were shaking and watching CBO Bao and I get under the desk and cover up and make sure we did it. And then we did the same thing as our sites did. We met outside. We made sure that everybody knew how to turn off the gas, where the water was, so that we are also safe too. So safety plans are on the consent agenda this evening. And then finally, I just want to mention to call out, as folks know, Stanford is looking to acquire the NDNU properties, make that transition. They took the next step in doing so by submitting their intent to the city, which was a commitment to maintain the property for academic purpose, to design it in a way that's welcoming to the community, and utilizing sustainable buildings, operations, and transportation, really aware that they're part of the community and impact the community, which was great. The piece that I really was impressed by, and I wrote down the initiative, said their commitment was to build a Stanford Belmont education initiative. And they categorized it as mission-aligned initiatives that champion and invest in innovative education with a focus on TK-12. So that idea to benefit both public and private in our area. But I've been having some really good conversations since last spring with Stanford folks, and I'm excited to do that. They committed to moving forward expeditiously on that. So that's all good news for us.
Thank you. All right, on to our next portion of speakers wishing to address the board. The public has a right to address the board on any agenda item or non-agenda item within the jurisdiction of the board. To do so, please submit a speaker card to Ms. Ellinger, noting the agenda item if applicable. Non-agenda comments we will hear now. Agenda-related comments we will hear during that item's discussion. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. In fairness to all, we ask everyone to respect the time limits. If addressing the board on a non-agenda item, please be aware that the Brown Act prohibits the board from acting or discussing such matters at this meeting, including responding. Ms. Ellinger, do we have any public comments on non-agenda items?
We have two. The first one is Tiffany Durham and Ann Snelly.
Floor is yours.
to.
No, you're good.
Yeah, okay. Hi, I'm Tiffany Durand and I teach at Cipriani.
And I'm Ann. I teach at Cipriani 2 kindergarten. Hi, everybody.
And Sunday was Bosses Day. Happy Bosses Day to all the bosses in the room. I'm the boss at home, but at school, not so much. At Cipriani, we like to fill each other's buckets. This comes from a children's book about treating each other with kindness and respect. Feel free to pass it
I
down.
know this book. It's a great
Okay,
one.
good. What we've learned in our Cipriani community is that when we fill the buckets of others, our buckets become full too. Our leader, Dr. Gwendolyn DeWeese, is constantly filling her staff's buckets. And in return, we'd like to honor her with these quotes of appreciation from her staff. So here we go. Hi, Gwendolyn.
She's watching.
We appreciate Gwendolyn because Gwendolyn values and supports the members and the work of the special education team. I appreciate how she jumps in to substitute in a classroom if needed. Gwendolyn makes a point of making each staff member feel special. She's a wonderful leader who models empathy, caring, and calmness. I appreciate Gwendolyn for her thoughtful, effective, and efficient problem solving and communication. Gwendolyn intuitively understands best practices for our diverse student population and is very supportive of her students, staff, and families. I appreciate her intelligence and thoughtfulness. She respects teachers and trusts our professionalism. She inspires us to pursue our professional and creative goals, which enrich and scaffold student learning. She inspires us through her example and vulnerability, which makes her a leader and not a boss. Gwendolyn is an ideal principal, an absolute team player, and we are extremely fortunate to have her here at Cipriani. She values our insights, supports innovation, listens carefully, provides excellent on-target advice, quickly and adeptly assesses and analyzes complex situations, fosters positive school culture, and honors our time. The students at Cipriani appreciate her friendliness, her great sense of humor, her attention to detail when handling conflicts, her emphasis on academics, and her concern for the students' emotional well-being. The parents at Cipriani benefit tremendously from her support of the whole child, her accessibility, her regular detailed communications, and her efforts to support PTA and school boards.
I appreciate the trust she has in her staff. This year in particular, I appreciate the support she's providing as I struggle with a challenging class. She steps in when needed and checks in with me frequently to see if she can help. In my 20 years of special education, I've never worked with a principal who knew more about special education, both law and how to work with students with special needs. Her heart is in the right place. To our wonderful leader, I'm sure that I speak for most when I say thank you for always making time for each of us. Thank you for your willingness to problem solve and your desire to maintain and develop a cohesive team of teachers and staff. As a principal, I admire your desire to truly push inclusive education on so many levels. We have a staff member that used to be a principal. Your heart is kind, understanding, and generous, and it's a joy to work with you. Gwendolyn always takes the time to talk with me, listens to my concerns. She has been purposeful about taking the time with the kids at Cipriani as well. She makes sure to talk with them as individuals. She constantly meets my class at the gate at the end of the day to tell the kids goodbye. She cares about me as an individual and cares about the kids at Cipriani. Gwendolyn listens to the teachers and is understanding and approachable as a leader. She's always there for support, and she has a great sense of humor. Happy Bosses Day, Gwendolyn. You're your Cipriani Wildcats, roar with pride.
Thank you for sharing that. Do we have any other?
Yes, we also have April Northrop. April.
Ms. Northrop, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I'm going to address you on a different topic, but just wanted to echo Mrs. Snelling and Mrs. Durand of how wonderful a principal Gwendolyn DeWeese is and how lucky we are as a Cipriani community to have her. But so I'm April Northrup. I'm a parent at Cipriani and Ralston, and I just wanted to encourage parents to donate to the ECC. So many of you have already mentioned that, and thank you. I don't know if you gave the website, so I will say that like 3 times. ECCBRSSD.org. I'll say it again in a minute. So anyway, please, between now and October 31st, please go to that website, make your donation if you haven't already, all Belmont-Redwood Shores families. As was mentioned, up to the first $250 per child goes to your school's PTA. And that will cover things like school supplies, field trips, community events, assemblies. And then anything that you're able to give beyond $250 will go to School Force, which will take care of staff salaries for many of the positions in the district that otherwise we could not have, such as librarians, counselors, science teachers, music teachers, and the art program. So please make your donation either before or after you go trick-or-treating on October 31st, or do it tonight. ECCBRSSD.org. Thank you.
And if you forget, it'll be in my message tomorrow too. Thank you, April.
Thank you for your comments. Do you have any other? That's it? Okay. We will continue on to item number 10, which is the approval of the agenda and consent agenda. Are there any modifications requested?
Yes, there are a few modifications tonight. There is a couple of typos that we will get fixed in a couple of the safe school plans. There was a request in the minutes. We said School Force Innovation Grants. We want to make sure that we are giving credit to Michelle Green. We'll make the adjustment in the minutes to the Michelle Green School Force Innovation Grant. And then one last thing that we do need to pull from the consent is under, which letter is it? I. Thank you. Parcel Tax Oversight Committee membership. We were approving Travis Whitebread and Jeff Goldman on there. Travis Whitebread is an amazing individual who is more than willing to serve, but he doesn't actually reside in the district. He meets one of the subcategories, but he doesn't fit the other one. So unfortunately, we can't have Travis serve in that capacity. So under the consent agenda, it will just be approval of Jeff Goldman on that committee. That's it.
If he improved his mustache game, could we make an exception?
Yeah. Unless he buys a house in Belmont. We cannot.
Mustache far enough.
Granted, I will say he probably spends more time in district than outside of district, but unfortunately not.
There's no more discussion. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion to approve the agenda and consent agenda with the modifications mentioned.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Yep. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. All right, next, and it is the first one of the year. This is always a pleasure for me when we invite our each school to come and tell us how things are going. So Principal Higgins, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. And I'm going to ask the rest of you to stand up here too as well. And we're very, very pleased to be here tonight.
Thank you for bringing the whole contingent.
Oh, absolutely. This is not a one-person show by any means. So I'm glad to have them with us. Ms. Ellinger, do you need to be back for me?
I will.
All right. Well, good evening, honorable trustees, Superintendent DeGuara, members of the cabinet, members of the community, and everyone watching tonight. We are so happy to see you all tonight, and we're really thrilled to be here to share some of the wonderful things that are happening at Sandpiper. And just to introduce who we are, you know me, I'm Gloria Higgins. I am the principal of Sandpiper. And with me tonight, I have our amazing assistant principal, Stephanie Scala. We're thrilled to have her at our site. I have two wonderful third grade teachers, Miss Katie Rosas and Miss Miranda Carell. And we also have Miss Yulia Riera, who is a wonderful paraprofessional in our learning center. We're just thrilled to be able to share with you some of the great things. What you see up on the screen there tonight are the other people who you don't see with us here tonight, but they are equally important as Sandpipers. Every single staff member, every student, every family, all of our community partners. And this was just from this past Sunday, where we had a community bike ride organized by the wonderful gentleman you see in that photo and some of the other volunteers that were there. You have seen this before, and I'll go through these parts of the slide quickly. We are working on our profile of a graduate. We've actually completed our profile of a graduate, and you see our purpose there. And you can go ahead to the next slide, Ms. Ellinger. You'll also see our vision there. And what I really want to point out on these two slides is this work continues. It doesn't stop just because we've drafted a vision statement and a purpose. We are striving to realize our profile of a graduate. And thanks to Superintendent DeGuara for getting us introduced to scaling student success. That work continues this year for Ms. Scala and I and other team members as we develop a profile of the adult learners in our system. So that's really thinking about what are the competencies the adults in our schools need to have to ensure the students get to the competencies that we see for them. And then further, a couple of years out, we talk about the profile of the system. What are the structures that we need in place? Very aligned to strategic planning. So I'm pleased to be doing that work. You can go ahead to the next slide. What I hope you see from us tonight, if you see on the left part of the screen there, is really the integration of how we think, how we feel, and how we behave to help students attain very high levels of achievement. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Scala.
So that brings in our three big initiatives that we're working on this year at Sandpiper. They're design thinking, which is our head, our diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is the heart, and our professional learning communities, which is our hands and how we will do this action. Oh, I'm to be done. So as you can see here, our first one is our professional learning communities. And that is our first big initiative and how we're going to do a lot of this work. You can see here that we are enjoying being together post-COVID and that we bring a great group together that has a wide variety of skills, expertise, and of course, a lot of fun. Some things, you can go to the next slide, sorry. These are some of the things that within our professional learning communities we're doing this year. But one I really want to highlight is our Kid Talk. Kid Talk is our systematic progress monitoring system where each grade level gets to come to the intervention team and talk about our multi-leveled tiered system and how we can do targeted interventions for each one of those students to be successful. It's great that it's from kindergarten, TK, all the way to 8th grade, and that each grade level gets their own individualized time with the group of specialists that we have on our staff. Yeah. This leads us into some of our work that we're doing, starting with our youth truth data. As you can see here, focusing on this data, that we are very proud to have a strong sense of belonging and collaboration, engagement, and relationships at Sandpiper. That's something we are very proud of. But also by looking at the slide, you can see that academic challenge is an area we could use some growth. We break it down looking at our subgroups here. This really brings in the work that our whole school wants to start our staff to look at. What were students thinking when they answered these questions, right? What is it that they are not feeling challenged? Is it in one area? Is it overall? Is it they want more critical thinking skills? Like we really need to break down that work and see how we can increase this to challenge them. And even looking at our belonging and our peer collaboration, this is an area where we scored high, but if we look at our subgroups, we see that our Hispanic students don't feel that strong sense of belonging. And that really is a focus this year to bring that number up. So everyone truly feels that they belong at Sandpiper.
So I wanted to show you a little bit about how our demographics are changing, and what you can see on this slide. These are our racial breakdowns, and you can also go on to the next slide and see that our subgroups are changing. And one more back. Sorry, there you go. And what that says to me is that the diversity at Sandpiper is increasing. That really makes me very happy. I'm pleased with that. We can especially see that we have an increase in our language learners at our school. And it's nice to have students with learning differences on our site. That's something that's a high value so that we're all learning together in a community that mirrors what our community looks like. Go ahead to the next slide. We also wanted to show you some academic data. And here you see our overall performance in ELA. You see the past 2 years. And if you look at that, those two horizontal bars on the left-hand side, what you see on the very bottom is 2 years ago, and the top is last year. So in ELA, overall, our performance was relatively flat, a couple of percentage points decrease in the percent meeting standards. We're still very pleased to have such big buckets, or big groups of students in that exceeding standards category and meeting standards category, but essentially flat. Would you please go on to the next slide? When we look at our Hispanic subgroup, as Ms. Scala mentioned, that's a focus for us. We see that we have a persistent gap for our Hispanic students. Those horizontal bars are almost reversed. The good news on this slide is we had a 13 percentage point increase in students meeting or exceeding standards for our Hispanic subgroup. That's tremendous growth in 1 year. We're very proud of that, and we want to keep that moving so that there is no gap any longer at Sandpiper. And you can go ahead to the next, thank you. The picture is very much the same in math overall. Here we have a 2 percentage point increase overall, which is wonderful news. And again, those very large percentages in the exceeding standard and meeting standard categories. Next slide. And again, almost the reverse for our Hispanic students, but 13 percentage point increase in math for our Hispanic students. Again, so very nice growth for them. Persistent gap, something that we're always working on. Go ahead to the next slide. I also wanted to show you some math data from our current 8th grade class. Like you, math is an interest of mine, and this is something that we know we're very focused on. It's one of my personal goals with Superintendent DeGuara to restructure our math pathways to ensure that every student at Sandpiper has the opportunity, the ability to take Algebra 1 in 8th grade. So you can see that data there in our 8th grade class. A little bit of growth. Nice, moving in the right direction. We're not satisfied yet. Next slide, please. So as part of the work of a professional learning community, it's incumbent upon all of us on the staff to really analyze that data and dig into that data. And some of the things that are very motivating about that is finding things to celebrate. So on the left-hand side of this slide, I really want to highlight our distance from 3 measure. What that tells me, because our distance from 3 measure is growing, that means that even if we're not seeing kids move from one level to another level, that they're moving up within that level. So moving in the right direction, getting to those level jumps, but still moving in the right direction within the level that they're in. And then that bottom bullet point, diversity is increasing. I'm so proud of that, incredibly proud of that. So I can't help but highlight that many, many times. On the right-hand side, we know that data doesn't really ever give us all the answers. It often gives us some suggestions and more questions to ask. So one of the questions we're asking, and I mentioned, is how do we restructure that math pathway so that all of our students can get to Algebra 1? And I want to be very clear, this is not a middle school goal. This is a math goal, and it's a math goal that starts in TK. One of the pieces that students or that teachers understood was that the math foundation is an elementary school. So that is a 9-year process, not just a 3-year process. All right, next slide. That brings us right into design thinking. And this is a key initiative for us when we think about academic challenge. It really is about how do we increase the rigor for students to boost those critical thinking skills, but also that relevance. And my theory of action here is that academic challenge data might be related to, we have to ask this question, is it that they don't see the relevance of the work that's happening in school? That's one of the questions that they ask actually on that academic challenge measure. So design thinking gets at the heart of how do we make this relevant for the kids? Go ahead, on to the next one. These are some of the pieces that are happening in our in this area. I want to highlight intercession, which I know some of you have heard of, but I want to really just bring that out. That is a direct result of the way that Sandpiper, did Ms. Norfolk leave? The way that Sandpiper benefited from the ECC. That was funding from School Force that allowed our staff to visit design thinking schools and attend the design thinking conference. And bringing back Intercession was a direct result of having gone to visit DTech. And so our middle school team brought that back. They offered during the conference week in the spring last year, the opportunity for every middle school to explore, every middle schooler to explore 2 areas of interest. Could have been ultimate Frisbee. They had sports, great sport, ultimate Frisbee. And it was so popular and the teachers were so excited about it. And they felt so reinforced by how excited the students were that we're going to do it twice this year. So for both conferences, and you can see, and Trustee Bopali, I hope you come see Moot Court in action. I think that's going to be really exciting. Go ahead on to the next slide. With that, I would like to bring Ms. Carell up, who's going to talk, Trustee Howard, about her Ohlone project.
Thank you. So this summer, I had the opportunity to attend the Design Thinking Conference at the Nueva School in San Mateo. And I just want to express my gratitude to School Force for funding that professional learning opportunity. So at the conference, I learned a lot, but one specific project that really stood out to me was a 2nd grade project where students were studying immigration patterns into the Bay Area. And they specifically looked at Angel Island. And they looked at the problems people faced immigrating through Angel Island and used the design thinking project to develop a needs statement and eventually a prototype to change something about it. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. So after attending the conference, I brought that back to my 3rd grade team, and we have decided to adapt it to gear toward the 3rd grade standard for social studies, which we study Native Americans. So what students will be doing is studying the Ohlone tribe in the Bay Area and using an empathy lens to use the design thinking process and go through, look at the problems they may have faced. By doing this, we will be teaching the standards, but also teaching students empathy, and what was my last bullet point? And recognize injustice. Thank you all. Pass it to you, right?
All right, and that brings us to our final big initiative, diversity, equity, and inclusion. I was lucky enough to get to go to the Museum of Tolerance this summer, as many of the people in this room. And it was so impactful to me. This is something we're so excited about at Sandpiper, to really highlight some of the things of how that impacted us and how we're sharing that through our school year. So next slide. Some of these things that are through the PBIS team and assemblies, and we are focusing on Heritage Months. And as we talked about before, and it was said earlier, it's Hispanic Heritage Month. And we were able to share that with the school and talk about some great things. And I want to ask Julia to come up and tell us a little bit about that.
As a mom and a paraeducator at Sandpiper School, I love to see the diversity in our students. On the slide, you can see things that we do for diversity, equity, and inclusion. According to the data, though, Ms. Rosas and us decided to create a space for our Hispanic students, a space where they can feel inclusion, acknowledgement, and being proud of who they are and where they came from. So during the Hispanic Heritage Month celebration, we did collaborative art across all the grade levels at our school. Bulletin boards were placed around the school. Also, kids from 5 different grades were presenting their countries where their parents came from. And you could see these at the school assembly. We feel very proud of outcome. Also, it was a positive impact on all of our students, specifically Hispanic community. This is my month. I'm so proud. We didn't do this last year, so this is good. As you can see, it was one of the 8th graders at Sandpiper quoted after the assembly. So, thank you.
Like add on to that before Katie comes up, that even kindergartners, we started saying, "See, say pudding." We were sharing it, and she was yelling it through the playground later. So from kindergarten to 8th grade, like impacted in all different kinds of ways. So just wanted to share that before Katie comes up and tells us a little bit more about some projects in her class. Thank you. So I too had the privilege of attending the Museum of Tolerance conference with many of you here. I'm sure you can agree with me. It was a very impactful, emotional, inspiring opportunity, and we're very thankful to the district and Chinpei also for providing that for us. I truly believe that everyone in our district would benefit from attending something like that. So we're very lucky we could. During the conference, we covered many, many important things. Something that stood out to me was the social justice standards. As an educator, it simplified how to connect DEI work to our already existing academic standards. And it's really simpler than people think, right? It's very easy to connect these standards to what we're doing. The domains that are focused on include identity, diversity, justice, and action. For me personally, I hold this work very near and dear to my heart. And the conference really kind of inspired me more to do more, not just in my classroom, not just in my grade level, but to really try to push this initiative to my school and district. So it was very inspiring. Thank you. So we kind of decided to focus as a framework on the first standard, which is identity, to be able to build on that. Just one of the projects that we've decided to focus on is a family immigration project, so that the kids can really connect to their own personal history. Something that we all have in common is we've all settled in the Bay Area. So not only can the students connect to their families through interviewing family members and discovering hardships and reasons why their families have immigrated here, but also in presenting it across our grade level and displaying an interactive map that the whole school can see. It can also build a lot of empathy within the school and really just visually display the beautiful diversity we have at Sandpaper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I hope what you saw through everyone's conversation was really that through line of empathy. And, you know, when I first started teaching, this I'm ad-libbing now. You know, when I first started teaching, I had such a gotta get the standards done. We got to get to the academic standards. And I had a transformative moment when I learned about the interaction and the interconnectedness of the social emotional learning and the academic learning. And the truth is you cannot have one without the other. You need them both. And so while we focus on that empathy piece, that boosts the academic rigor as well. So it's why it's such an important part of what we do. That's the end of me talking at you. I hope you enjoyed their presentation, except a huge thank you for you. We are so thrilled to have full-time counselor at Sandpiper. It's an incredible part of what supports our students socially, emotionally, with their mental health, with their behavior. We are thrilled to have Stephanie as our full-time assistant principal. You may not know, she is the queen of positive behavior incentives and reinforcement systems, right? So that makes a huge difference for us. We're really grateful to have her. This year, actually just 2 weeks ago, maybe not even that long ago, we were informed that Sandpiper is receiving more than $35,000 in Michelle Green School Force Innovation Grants. About half of that directly for grants that staff at Sandpiper wrote, and the other half as participants in district-wide grants. So we are so very, very grateful for that work. So please, those of you at home, do donate to the ECC, especially if you're from Sandpiper, because we want to participation rate. And finally, a thank you to all of you for the strategic planning process, which I am just so grateful for. I think the more that we align, the better we at Sandpiper can realize your vision. I grew up in a military family. I'm not a big fan of authority. However, I do believe in alignment and everybody moving in the same direction because we can go a lot further that way. So thank you for doing that. And with that, I'll let you ask me questions. I'll do my best to dodge them. The dad joke. Okay.
Well, that she pointed to me.
That's right.
I had two questions. I heard what you said about empathy, and I really like that. How can you incorporate empathy into your design thinking plan? Number one. And my second question has to do with representation. Many people advocate that having faces of people that look like us in education helps us to aspire, feel incorporated, all those sorts of things into our culture. How do you incorporate representation into the culture of the school so that some of the folks that have been less represented in the school might feel more so? And I always think of that as being a particular challenge because we can't change who we are as the person who's the educator. So how do we make that difference for the learners?
Great questions. So first question around how do we incorporate empathy into design thinking? It is the very first step of design thinking. When you go through that process, the goal is to empathize with the end user. If you're thinking as a corporation, right? Who's going to use my product? I'd better really understand why they want to use it, how they're going to use it, what they're going to use it for, so that I can really understand what they're going to do with that. So as you think about Miranda's project, empathizing with the experience of the Ohlone Indians is key to making the system or imagining how the system might have been improved for them. So that's a key piece of design thinking. I hope that answers your question there. As it relates to representation, I'll get a little more practical. Really gave us a little flexibility around our budgets. And so we have allocated, I think, $8,000 towards purchasing materials that boost representation in the curriculum that we're using, whether that's through novels that we're studying. And I can specifically point to our middle school English language arts team. They have purchased many, many novels that have characters of diversity in them. One of the things that they learned through some webinars and other trainings they had been to is we often see diverse characters in historical fiction or stories in the past. And it's very, very important to bring them into the present and into the modern day and into the current setting. So that's what they are looking at as they choose titles to bring into our school. Ms. Okamura, through her parcel tax library funds as well, is using that lens when she thinks about which library books to purchase. That's one way we can do it. Yulia did it with the work, and Katie and the others did it with the work that they did for putting the faces of our students at the front of our assembly. And we're looking forward to many, many more cultural celebrations like that in our assembly.
Trustee Papali?
So I have a couple of comments and questions. So first of all, just great presentation, Principal Higgins, whole Sandpiper team. Thank you so much. And we always love to hear from the sites. One of the things that was really nice to see was that overall sense of belonging of 92%. That's amazing. So kudos for that. Also kudos for the 13% increase for Hispanic students in math and ELA. And I wonder, you've obviously deep dived into this. So what's working? Because this could be a best practice.
That's a stumper. That is a stumper. You know, we have a fantastic teaching staff. And I would say that one of the things that's really working is that it's PLC work that we did last year and the year before, creating some agreements with ourselves to lean into discomfort. I'm sure you can imagine to see data that shows such a stunning gap. Take that very personally, but being willing to lean into discomfort and not shy away from that kind of conversation is really, really important. I think we have a fantastic community at Sandpiper. So very, very many families who are supportive, who help with homework. Our special education staff is amazing. We have a wonderful reading intervention teacher, and everyone coming together in an integrated way, I think makes a huge difference. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, it does. So I like that phrase, leaning into discomfort.
Discomfort, yes. Actually, that came straight out of the work with Nicole Anderson. I stole that one from her.
Okay, give credit. So one thing I appreciate you leaning into discomfort, because sometimes, we'll see presentations and everything's rosy, and we know everything isn't rosy. And I really appreciate that you were open about the things where you really need to work. And so that makes me feel good because you're embracing the challenge. And clearly you're seeing that there's a need to increase rigor.
Yes.
Right. On the academic side. And one of the things I think you identified was how to restructure the math pathway so that all kids, or, you know, many kids, it's the exception not to make Algebra 1 in 8th grade versus the other way around. So can you share some thoughts about that, or is this too early? Sorry, I'm asking you hard questions. I know.
Oh, so many thoughts, so many thoughts, you know. I think I mentioned, you know, as I was talking, that this is a 9-year pathway. It is not a 3-year pathway. And I know that our TK kindergarten teachers, all of our teachers are so excited and so committed to really developing conceptual understanding of math. That's one of the stools of the three-legged stool for math, right? That fluency, that skill application, and that conceptual understanding. And, you know, I don't have all the answers. And so, you know, part of this is a learning goal for me as well. Part of that leaning into discomfort, working with the county office for sure. But I do think that almost nothing can replace that time with your hands on something and seeing it and feeling it and touching it and like connecting it to other content area and other math concepts. I think that's going to be a big piece of what we do.
It's helpful. So one thing I wanted to, as I was seeing the slides about design thinking, it got me thinking. And I was thinking about an issue which the board has talked about a lot, which is articulation.
Yes.
The idea of getting kids ready, elementary to middle to high school beyond. And one of the things I know I've shared with colleagues before, they're probably tired of hearing me talk about it, is in high school, you know, this capstone diploma, which is basically, at least at Carmont, it's taking 11th grade, you take AP seminar, 12th grade, you take AP research. And the idea is you choose a passion project, you learn how to make a persuasive argument, you're going to do a project over time. Just similar to what design thinking is doing, right? You're teaching the foundations of that so that those kids would be ready. And I can just say from a personal perspective, my kid having gone through Sandpiper's middle school program, that what he learned in the design thinking process has been very helpful. So I wonder, and as we've got on the rest of our agenda, the 2x2 between Sequoia and Belmont-Redwood Shores, I was wondering if, you know, joint PD, where you can see what with those teachers, what they're doing or what their expectations are, might be instructive.
I would love
right? So then, you know, kind of what are we preparing them for 3 years or X down the road? Anyway, just
good idea.
Some thoughts.
Yeah. Totally open to that.
Let me piggyback off a thought that Trustee Papali just had. I love that you described the math focus being the 9-year pathway. And then marrying that with the articulation question. One of my questions is, it's TK not to 8, but also like the 8 to 9. Yeah. And then also that's going up and down. What about going across the district with your peers in the other grades?
Yes.
Just how is that going?
Oh, Sabrina and Ryan are amazing partners, and not just the middle school principals, but all of our principals. So nice that you come and thank Gwendolyn. Thank you very much. We have an incredibly collaborative principal team. We've had 2 collaborations with our middle school team, really talking about aligning our practices. Remember that alignment piece, so that it's not a different program at each school site in terms of what they're getting for math or how they're getting into different levels of math, right? So that's going to be really important for us. I told Chief Hay to remind me if I didn't mention it, the mini Mira is a big piece of that. So common formative assessment using the Mira assessment to really understand, like, how do we compare across sites? If we're doing different things and testing with different tests, we can't do that. We need to align our assessments and align our curriculum and align our instruction so that we can really make some comparisons and so that we can really benefit from each other's work.
Awesome. It sounds like you're thinking about it in a lot of different ways.
I am.
I loved your focus on diversity. Sandpiper, both my kids went to Sandpiper. it has had a rich history and heritage of diversity. One of the things when I was at the PTA there was, how do you celebrate and focus on diversity without anyone feeling left behind at the same time, feeling like you are doing 100 different, or however many, I forget how many days of schools we have. I know it's, yeah. So I was going to say 180 and all of a sudden I was like, wait, is that the right number? How do you not do a different celebration every single day and it being a bunch of different celebrations? Yeah. What's the balance?
Yes. You want to jump in, please?
Well, this one's right up my alley because like I said, the PBIS team is really working. We have a focus on assemblies this year. And not only are they through our profile of a graduate with different themes and all the lovely grade levels, do things at each one. We really use that to focus on teacher passions and projects that they wanted to bring forward and different cultural celebrations and all different kinds of diversity. We even had like teaching sign language one time. And we have talked about all kinds of things. And it was really putting that out to the staff of what they felt passionate about. And also using that form of the assemblies, you're right, to not have something every day, but find a way that once a week, we can highlight someone and highlight the students and have them come up and be the ones that are speaking and see your brother and sister up there that are showing something off, even if it's academic, if it's something social, emotional, or if it was something cultural or a form of inclusion across the board. So that's kind of how we found it is such a challenge. And I was talking about that actually with the principal at Redwood Shores, because we were saying how do you do that without doing something every single day? Right. And we are really lucky at Sandpiper, and we have been for years with the parent involvement in the communities that are the communities that members of the community that come in and do. You guys have been part of that to do things at our school. So we are lucky that way as well. So,
And I'll add, as a teacher, books are an easy way to add in any sort of learning about a culture, making a child feel like their culture is being shown. Is just a simple read aloud or a novel can really make that difference.
And I can add on to that too. Doing the Heritage Months is a great start. But ideally we want these kind of through lines throughout the year, and finding ways like books or our curriculum, tying it into just our standards that already exist, make it easier to deliver this and so the kids can see themselves in what you're doing. It is challenging, of course. I myself, I'm of Hispanic heritage. And so I'm like, oh, am I doing too much with Hispanic heritage and not enough with other things? But I'm not the expert in everything.
Right.
Just, as a woman of color, I am not the expert on other cultures. And so personally, I try to invite families in to teach about their culture, parents, I have some parents coming in for Diwali on Monday, having kind of cultural rotations for the holidays, and also trying to, again, really expand it to the whole school, not just my, not my classroom, and collaborate with my grade level team and the district as a whole. And really talking about it. You might not feel comfortable just delivering cultural things about a culture that's not yours, but there's ways to do it and we should be doing it.
Yeah.
So.
Awesome. Thank you.
So I had a question actually about the that one academic challenge summary measure where you broke it also down by ethnic group. And I was trying to understand that, and it seems like for the Hispanic Latino group, they didn't seem as challenged, and yet there's kind of a gap. And I was trying to understand that because you would think that it would be different, right? Where they are challenged.
Yeah, and that's part of what contributes to my theory of action, that I wonder if it's about relevance. That it's not that it's about how hard the work is, but, does this serve me in my life? Does it serve me in my schoolwork? Does it, feel something that's going to be important to me? So actually, this was an idea that came out of Nesbitt as they worked with Youth Truth to explore their data, how we talk to the kids about this is the data you gave us. We're really glad that you told us this. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you were thinking when you were answering these questions?
Yeah, no, I really appreciate kind of all the thinking going behind the data and digging deeper for information. And I'm also curious, as you focus on the math pathways, you know, how much are you bringing the families into the picture? Because I always hear like families sending their kids to outside math programs, and it's kind of like, why are they doing that and what's driving that? Because it seems like much of that should be happening in the classroom versus going out.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think somebody mentioned parent education maybe around behavior, right? I think parent education around the math framework, around the math pathways, around what it looks like as they go into high school so that they can understand. I could only speculate right now about what parents may be thinking about that. So I don't want to do that without asking them first.
It seems like it's a good input to have too, as we're looking at that whole math curriculum and pathway. And I did have a question. I've heard in the past, you know, of African-American families feeling kind of isolated, and because they're such small numbers, and even, you know, looking at the demographics at Sandpiper, and it's only 1%. So you know, how are they really faring, and what's kind of happening in order to support?
Yeah, would you mind, Ms. Ellinger, if you would go back to that slide with the racial demographics, that one. It's only 1%, but it has doubled in the last year.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that looks like a big increase. I don't want to, well, I can say this. I think there's an interest from our African-American students in starting a Black student union, which we will totally support. When we think about Hispanic Heritage Month or Diwali, we think about what are the ways in which students can come together and talk about their own cultures with students of their own culture, and then share that with other students as well. So we want to give those spaces for people to feel comfort and also share.
So I just want to say thank you to each of you for spending your evening with us. Just a couple of things. I'm going to build on what Trustee Bhopali said about not being scared to call out the areas of growth. That was one of the things I did ask principals. I want honest presentations for our trustees. And I think you did it in a way that shows areas that we want to challenge, that we want to grow in, but also you've really thoughtfully thought about how you're going to tackle it. I appreciated how you put student data in the front because I know there's community data and I know there's staff data, and those two data populations actually look quite different than what our students are telling us. So thank you for putting that in front. You shared what's working. You said your PLCs, being okay with discomfort, amazing staff, integration. So yes, and I would also say that there's a genuine willingness to engage, that you guys are asking questions, and that you're doing something about it, actually. You each referenced all of the PD that you've participated in and how it's directly driven your work at the school site, whether that was Museum of Tolerance, whether that was the design thinking. That's all definitely coming back. And it's really created an environment, I think, that wherever Qingpei is, that our district team can, coach. And when I say coach, I don't mean like a sports coach, but ask questions and have it be reciprocal, where you ask us questions so that we mutually kind of work together. And I loved when you said your working theory of action.
Yes.
Gloria, because I think it is about theories of action, about looking at levers that we can pull and adjust. And if it works, great, let's keep doing it. If it doesn't work, let's revise our strategy. So just some fantastic things, I think, happening at Sandpiper, and I'm really proud of your work. Keep it up. And don't let me forget, like that partnership that Stanford has with NDNU.
So exciting.
They have, as you know, the D School, which is all around design thinking. So I'd love to help foster that partnership.
Have some help.
Okay.
Tonight is Miranda's birthday.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sharing your birthday with her.
Yeah.
So thankful for what such an amazing.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, all of you, for spending your evening with us and sharing all the successes of your school. And thank you, everyone, for coming out. All right, we're up to item number 12, which is resolution number 3, and this is for be a vow, I believe.
Yes, yeah, I'll start from here, I guess.
Thank you. Good night.
I gotta say, it was nice having a full room.
I
Have a good evening.
Tough act to follow.
You cleared the room.
Just as important, but slightly less tugging at the heartstrings is a facilities update. So in the update that was shared in the spring, I mentioned, so when we talk about facilities projects, we really have 3 different things that are going on. In the middle is anchored by maintenance. That's something that's constantly ongoing. It's the small things that come up. Sometimes it's the big holes that come up, literally. But, you know, that's something that is consistently happening. And, but in addition to that, we have 2 main things happening in as well. So one of it is transitional TK, with universal TK coming in 25-26. And the second is our energy efficiency projects. So you'll be receiving a big update on both of those things tonight. So starting off with TK. So as you know, the state has voted to implement transitional TK, but it is a rolled out, it is a phased in implementation. So before the 2022, the only students eligible to attend TK needed to turn 5 between September 2nd and December 2nd. And the way that it's being rolled out is that the eligibility months increase by a couple months every year until in the 25-26 school year, any student who is 4 years old by September 1st will be eligible to attend TK. So last year we had 69 students in TK. This year it's about 86. These are the rough predictions. We do have a demographer study incoming, and one of the things he's doing is looking at the literal birth months of all of our cohorts to help us do that. But for now, our 25-26 projections are based off of what we're seeing in our kindergarten numbers. What we're saying is that we're just essentially adding an entire new grade level. So what does that mean for our campuses? So by site here of our elementary schools, the estimated number of TK classes in 25-26, again, this is based on current kindergarten numbers, pending demographic studies. So of course, as these numbers are refined, we'll continue to update the board. The current number of TK classes at each of those campuses and the number of rooms available for TK expansion. So these are rooms that could be repurposed or perhaps are unused right now. However, when you look at this, it means that that come 25-26, particularly at Central Cipriani and Fox, there are additional rooms that are needed in order to house a transitional kindergarten grade there. And so implementation timeline wise, so in winter of 22, from the green is the construction stream, right? So we're going to be thinking through, okay, if we're going to do constructions, we need to develop our RFQ and RFP, vet and select our GC and architect. And in parallel, we'll be finalizing our enrollment projections and finalizing our facilities needs based off of that. So the chart that you just saw is our latest estimate, but of course, these are things that we'll continually refine. Then we'll plan and finalize the scope of the construction and then design or build our classrooms with the plan of those classrooms being ready summer of 25 for enrollment that fall. The other piece that's happening is that we will need to finance all of these projects. And so the piece tonight, this is the focus of tonight's discussion, which is the issuing of the bond in order to finance the green construction that will be going on. So with that, I will turn it over to Chris, our financial advisor.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here tonight. I'm new to the district. We were just hired as your financial advisor. We do financial advising to districts up and down the state, but we have a really big presence here in the Bay Area. So we work with a lot of school districts in San Mateo and Santa Clara County. So really honored to be here and excited to get started on the work on your potential upcoming bond issuance. So with that, I have a presentation for you tonight about Measure I. So as I'm sure you're all aware, back in 2014, Measure I was approved by your taxpayers for up to $48 million in bond authorization. That was approved by 64% of your voters. The approval rate was required 55%, so well above that threshold. The tax rate estimated to voters at the time was $19.98 per 100,000 of assessed valuation. We'll reference that later on in this presentation. The first tranche, the only tranche sold, Series A, was sold for $38 million in June of 2015, which means you have $10 million in remaining authorization. So $10 million still left to be issued and approved already by voters. So that's the topic for tonight. Before bonds are sold, we always have to get updated credit ratings. There's three main credit rating agencies: Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch. You currently already have ratings from Moody's and Standard & Poor's, shown here circled in green, AA1 from Moody's and AA from S&P. Your ratings are made up of four main areas. That's your local economy and tax base, which we know is extremely strong, your district finances, your district debt and pension obligation, and of course, your district management. So those ratings take all those areas into consideration. The average rating here in California is a AA3 rating or AA- on the S&P side. So you're well above those averages, which is no surprise for the school district.
Maybe we should grade our students like that. wouldn't
In terms of your assessed valuation, this represents the value of all taxable property within the district boundaries. And this is important because bonds are repaid by taxes levied against the taxable property in your district boundaries. So ultimately, your taxpayers repay your bonds. So we have to take a look at what your assessed valuation looks like today and where we expect it to be in the future, because the bonds will be repaid in future years. So we always look at your historical data. In this most recent year, the data released earlier this summer, the district's assessed valuation grew 8.3%, which is huge. And your long-term averages are all very, very strong. So your 10-year average, 5.8%, 20-year, 4.7%, 30-year, 5.55%. This is important because as we look to the issuance scenario shown on the later slides, we're assuming a 4% AV growth moving forward. So definitely conservative to what this area has seen in the past. In terms of interest rates, I think we all know that interest rates have been rising pretty significantly this year. The chart on the left shows a 50-year history going back to 1972. It helps kind of show you where we are from a historical perspective. Rates are still pretty low. Unfortunately, the rise has been so fast this year, it doesn't feel like it, but they are. The chart on the right is a one-year history. This doesn't show the last couple of weeks in October, just because we got this presentation onto the agenda. Unfortunately, rates have risen even further in the last 2 weeks. On the next slide, talking a little bit about Federal Reserve actions. Rates have been rising mostly because of inflation and the Federal Reserve's actions to combat that. So the Federal Reserve has increased rates 5 times this year, and at the last 3 meetings increased the borrowing rate by 0.75% in each meeting. The Federal Reserve does have meetings in early November, November 1 and 2, and then in mid-December. And the expectation is that they are going to increase rates again by 0.75 and 0.75% again at both of those meetings. The data that's come out just this last week has shown that the actions they've taken to combat inflation have not done much yet. So there's actually a quote from someone on the Federal Reserve saying we're going to continue aggressively combating inflation. So that signifies to the market that they're going to continue increasing these rates over at least the next year or so. So our goal, if you're going to be issuing bonds, is probably to issue them sooner rather than later, to try and get ahead of as much of this as possible. So here we have a scenario to issue the remaining $10 million already approved by your voters from Measure I. This would assume a tax rate of about $16. So I'll draw your eyes to the chart on the bottom, on the right-hand side. The blue and yellow, or blue and orange, I should say, bars represent bonds that have already been sold. So that's your Series A and the refunding or refinancing that was done last year. And the purple bars represent what the additional 10 million might look like stacked on top. And you can see that gets us to about a $16 tax rate. Of course, voters approved a $19.98 tax rate. So even with all of the bonds being sold, you're still well below what voters have already approved. This does assume current interest rates. Again, rates have risen in the last 2 weeks, so these numbers might be slightly lower than what they actually are as of today. And assumes that assessed valuation growth of 4%. We also assumed a 10-year financing term. Of course, you could do a shorter term. It takes it all the way up to that $19 tax rate, or you could even go a longer term all the way out to 2040. But keeping in mind, the longer the financing, the more expensive it is to do. In terms of tax rates, I wanted to show you, I know it's kind of small to see up here, but this shows what the other school districts in the county are currently paying on their bond measures. So we have here shown in yellow are the Belmont-Redwood Shores various tax rates. So as you know, you had some prior bond measures that were for the entire Belmont-Redwood Shores School District. And there were also bonds issued for smaller subset areas within Belmont Elementary School Facility Improvement District, and then the Redwood Shores School Facility Improvement District. So depending on where you live in the district, you're paying a different bond tax rate just because those bonds were issued under different areas. So with that, if you live in the Belmont SFID, you'd be paying $32.90 for this fiscal year. And if you're in the Redwood Shores SFID, $38.40. And then you'd also be paying the Sequoia Union High School District bond tax rate. So that's stacked on top, which is an additional $28 to get you to a total of around $61 or $67. If you compare that to all the other school districts in the county, it's relatively low. So to the extent we increase the tax rate by about $6 to issue this final 10, you're definitely still in line with all of the other school districts in the county. It would not be anything extraordinary by means. So before you tonight, included in your agenda packet, are a number of documents for your consideration. The most important is the authorizing resolution because it allows the district to move forward to issue the remaining $10 million in bond authorization. It also allows district staff to move forward with the issuance and take the necessary steps to get the bonds sold. There's also 3 other documents, the preliminary official statement. That is the prospectus that goes to investors who are considering purchasing your bonds. So it has everything to do with Belmont-Redwood Shores, your enrollment, your financials, anything that a savvy investor would need to know to invest in your bonds. There's also a bond purchase agreement, which is the agreement with the underwriter to sell the bonds, and a continuing disclosure certificate that outlines the requirements to annually file information for your investors. So the estimated timeline, if you choose to move forward with this financing, of course, we have the authorizing resolution before you tonight for approval. On October 31st, on Halloween, we're planning to go up to San Francisco to meet with Moody's to update the district's credit profile and get an updated rating. From there, as soon as we get that rating back, we'd be able to post the preliminary official statement for investors on November 8th and get the bonds sold mid-November and November 15th, which would allow us to get ahead of that December Federal Reserve meeting. And lastly, we plan on closing it around December 6th. So the rates would be locked in and the funds would be held at the county. Are there any questions on these?
Very comprehensive explanation. Appreciated.
My question is a procedural one. How do we approve all this? Seems like there's about 4 separate things.
Yeah, the only document that needs approval is the resolution. The rest are being approved as form documents. There's a lot of blanks in them because the bonds haven't been sold yet. So things like interest rates aren't set yet. So that's why they're blank. So the only document that's actually being approved is the resolution.
Well, if there's no discussion, I will call for a motion.
I move, go ahead.
I move that the board approves resolution number 3, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District, San Mateo County, California, authorizing the issuance of Belmont-Redwood Shores School District, San Mateo County, California, election of 2014 General Obligation Bond Series B and actions related thereto.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, we'll move on to number 13, which is also CPO Val.
Yes, so now we are on to the other prong of our facilities project, which is our energy efficiency project. So we have a update from Angie. This is there. Thank you. CBO Bow. Good evening, honorable members of the board, Superintendent Guerra, CBO Bow, and Selinger. So really excited to give you an opportunity, an update on the
energy / sustainability program for the district tonight. My name is Louise Blave. I'm accompanied with my colleague Isabel Jaciels, who is our senior director. We got two colleagues present to you earlier in the year, John Paul and Logan. John Paul is at a conference right now, and Logan is, I think by this time, sipping a pina colada in Hawaii. So he's on. But between Isabel and I, we're grabbing the baton, and we've been involved with the project since the beginning as well. We're part of the project team. So excited to meet you. Looking forward to getting your feedback tonight. So, and I don't have the clicker, so really thank you for doing that. In the next minutes or so, we'll be basically talking you through our progress to date, go over some of the goals that the district has looking to accomplish with a program like this, review the program scope and benefits, and then discuss the financials of the project and two potential scenarios that you have to consider. And then one with any questions you may have in a review of the solar layouts as they stand today. Excuse me. So quick recap of where we are today. The district ran an RFQ process in the fall, and we were selected in January after an interview. We then audited the facility sites to develop the scope of work. We had conversations with staff. We presented an update back to the board in May. And then since then, we ran subcontractors to get competitive pricing on all scopes of work. And more recently, this fall, we ran an RFP financing process to potentially get a loan, tax exempt financing for the project. So we'll go into the rate that they got later on in the deck. And tonight is just an update, basically with a preliminary scope of work and these scenarios that we'll review with you. So in broad strokes, these are the district goals for the program. You've seen this slide before. It was outlined through the RFQ, and then we refined these as we've developed the project over the course of the last couple of months. The first is really to reduce the district's energy and operational costs across the school sites. So it's great that you're looking into this now, even before we knew inflation was going to increase so much. You know, PG&E also requested a 12% increase in its rate hikes. Did a 12% rate hike increase, which is accelerating faster than inflation has. So it's a great time to look at potential solar for the district. More importantly, we're also looking at reducing your carbon footprints. And then for the district, it's finding a financially viable way to fund a project without touching the general fund. And so using a tax exempt financing and available rebates to help fund the project. And then finally, we are always looking for a way to bridge the sustainability initiatives into a learning opportunity for students. And so, being able to bring and leverage that student involvement is something we'll talk about later. And our staff was able to meet with assistant superintendent who on that topic. So I'm excited to give a brief update there. Next slide is, some of you may know, the timing for solar in California is, it's been pretty critical lately. The CPUC is slated to change the existing solar rates under a new net energy metering 3.0, and that'll dramatically impact the solar economics for the residential, but also commercial side, essentially slashing the way solar exports will be compensated by most likely 75% at the least. So the decision was made last December to with an abundance of pushback. And so there's been sort of this delay, and as it's being pushed, and there's a lot of pressure from the solar industry, obviously, to fight this. The revised decision is now expected for later in November. But the one thing is certain is we are expecting a slash in solar, the value of solar. And so what we're doing with the district right now is making sure that we're submitting the interconnection applications to PG&E to secure the rates at which that are existing today under NEM 2.0, and to make sure that the district is grandfathered into that program so that they're not impacted by the new solar rate changes. So here's a list of your sites and measures. So it's a little bit of an eyesore here on the screen, but these are identified by the districts as priority and preferred measures. So it's a little bit of a whittled down version of what was presented earlier this year. What's not listed here, just to kind of make it more brief, is you spend a little under $400,000 in electricity per year. And so our goal with an energy efficiency project is to bring that number as close to zero as possible. It's impossible to get a complete zero bill because you'll always receive bills from PG&E to basically, pay for the solar to run through the wires, its distribution, its transmission costs, charges, but we do our best. We are considering right now, so from left to right on the sort of turquoise columns where you have the headers sort of written vertically, we're looking at interior and exterior LED lighting district-wide. We are looking, and then with that controls that can automate the on and off of the lighting. EV charging stations district-wide. We're looking at solar district-wide except for the district office. Roof replacements, because a couple of these solar locations are actually rooftop panels. And then on the last column, we're looking at STEAM education, which is the educational component to our program. So I'll take a step back here because we'll talk about this in the next few slides. When we look at the two scenarios, we're looking at potentially value engineering some of this. And so there's a potential scenario where we are looking at, number one, potentially putting the solar on the rooftop at Nesbitt. Right now it's a canopy, but there's too much liquefaction in that area. So we would have to, soils are a little bit too, I guess, mushy to essentially put the steel in for the canopy. And so we're currently, repricing that and getting subcontractor pricing for a rooftop option. The other changes is we're potentially looking at EV charging stations at just 3 of the sites. It's pretty costly to install EV charging stations on the sites where the solar is not in the parking lot because we're not taking advantage of all the conduit that's already been built and essentially, covered by the solar. So that is a potential option. And then also another option is at Sandpiper, we're going to be looking at, instead of replacing 8 roofs, we're looking at 3. So there's a little bit of a value engineering effort. The reason why we're doing that, I'll explain later, is because depending on the assumptions we take for the pro forma, it could essentially, we're looking to find a way to get the project to cash flow positive and to pay for itself. So we're having kind of going through this exercise with CBO and her team. If you go to the next slide. So our education teams.
Question about the roof replacement. So if you're putting solar on the roof, it's the roof currently can't support it. Is that why there's a replacement? And
so
that happened at Nesbitt too, if you.
So we are looking at Sandpiper. 3 of the roofs are proposed to have solar on them. We're looking at 8 because generally 8 of them need to be replaced. So the district's considering that as just a capital expenditure. Why not take advantage of that? But the roofs are not necessarily, I think Isabel can talk more to that, but they're not structurally sound, or they're also maybe too old to actually keep the solar on top.
Hi, my name is Isabel Gisels. As Louise said, I'm a director of operations at Angie. Sorry, I used to live in Belmont for 11 years. Very familiar to district, your schools. So when you put solar on the rooftop, there's 2 considerations you have to take. One is the structural integrity of the building because there's weight associated with the panels, and clearly you want to make sure that it can support that. And it's going to be a requirement of passing DSA reviews and approval. So if your roof doesn't support it, you cannot have solar there. We have gotten some drawings from your schools, but not all. So some of these are contingent on passing structural review. The other point is why we have the roof replacement is that the panels have a 25-year useful life, and they usually actually last longer than that. And so if you have a roof that is in poor condition or has 5 years left in its useful life, then you don't really want to put solar in there. There was a study that was done, I think we commissioned that study on roofs throughout the district, and the conditions of the roof at that particular school are very poor. So you necessarily need to replace them.
Independently from this work, we had identified Sandpiper roofs as needing replacement probably in the next 5-ish years. And so we're going to put a 25 lifespan thing over it. It felt like we should just replace those roofs.
So is that why only Sandpiper needs to have them replaced and not?
It's a combination, like typically, it's preferable to do, it's just a bit easier to do the parking lot shading structures, not to mention who doesn't love parking and shade. As we feel on hot days like today. However, there's a lot of considerations when it comes to building those shade structures, one of which is what are the trees around, like part of the placement of solar panels is making sure it gets as much sun as possible. Soil liquefaction, as they were talking about, is another consideration. And so, for instance, with Sandpiper, the combination of the trees made parking lots not an option to begin with, whereas at some of our schools, we didn't explore roofs because the more preferable parking lot option was available.
Okay.
And would this mean a replacement? I mean, you're not just going to replace the solar roof, there's going to be a.
I think with Sandpiper again, because that was the site as identified as needing it in the next, I'd round to 5 years, but like 4 to 7 years, that was something that I think even if we were not embarking on this was on the district's radar to replace.
So we just patchwork it'll be.
Exactly.
Yes. Thank you. So please continue.
Thank you. So, I'll go to the next slide. So our team, our education team has engaged with Ed Services, and I want to thank the superintendent who for meeting with our team. And we've discussed various ways that we could support. A lot of the discussions that's gone around hands-on learning, engineering design challenges. It's interesting to hear the previous presentations because it just feels like very natural and organic. We actually just more recently, the Terry, which is your Oracle STEM coach, it was actually asking us if we potentially could support the Silicon Valley Math Institute link that the students have. There is a problem of the month program, and so we could potentially link that way by helping the district support the students in their math learning, but also provide an exercise where they can do a DIY go-kart, solar powered go-kart exercise that would happen during science night at NSPIT. So that's sort of one of the thoughts, more recent ideas that were tossed around as a potential activity. If you can go to the next slide. One thing too that I'll mention is we're always looking for ways to sort of integrate into the academic ecosystem and not add an additional burden to teachers, so that it's a little bit more effective. So we're achieving a lot of things with this project. This is a big long list of things we're doing. Most important ones I would say that I point out is the Inflation Reduction Act, and then the climate change impact. I'm a mom of 2. I was on maternity leave for a portion of the development here this month, and at one point they were 2 under 2, so that's why I'm congested all constantly. But when especially it's my eldest daughter is just starting preschool, just hearing everyone tonight, just realized the wanting to in the industry that I'm in, wanting to make sure that they have a better world to live in tomorrow. So for me, that part of a project like this speaks volumes. And you'll see on the right-hand side what that translates to in terms of greenhouse gas emission reductions. The Inflation Reduction Act, or the IRA, takes account approximately $1.5 million benefit to the district that we actually didn't realize existed when we first started this journey earlier this year. So that's a great, and that's in the best interest of your taxpayers. You may have heard it's the single most largest investment in climate change in human history. And it puts the US on a track to reduce, I think by 40% emission reduction by 2030. So that's really exciting. And the district can benefit from this. Specific to Belmont, like I said, we're expecting $1.5 million that'll be essentially provided as a direct pay option. All of this is still being kind of figured out. The IRS still needs to issue its guidelines. We're expecting that in the next 30 to 60 days. There are, of course, additional benefits, below. We're looking at providing student and shading for staff in the parking lot, as well as in the playing fields. We're also looking at capital expenditures, such as the rooftops. So here's the financial summary. Next couple of slides, we'll be sort of focused on this. The funding sources the district is considering right now is a tax-exempt lease purchase. So as I mentioned, there was a competitive RFP process that was ran. Bank of America provided an attractive rate at 3.62%. And so the district assigned a term sheet and is currently, considering working with them. In addition to that, the IRA could give the district back $1.5 million. We are running the PG&E on-bill financing portion of the program by the utility. So we're seeing right now if the lighting portion of our project could actually qualify for a 0% loan from PG&E. So more on that. And then there are numerous electric vehicle charging rebates that exist, and they're constantly flowing. And every month there's new ones that pop up. So right now we're looking at one from Peninsula Clean Energy and one from the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. This is a project breakdown by site. Again, this is subject to change depending on what we envision for Nesbit. And it also, this includes the entire project scope. It's not sort of the value engineered effort, just to give you a sense of where the dollars are placed. And these numbers will likely change a bit by the time we come back a few weeks from now.
Is it solar and all the other lighting upgrades and all that?
Yes, it's the solar district-wide, the EV charging and the lighting.
And the roof.
And the roof.
And the roof.
All is one. So these are, before we go into the project performance, these are re-asks to break down what the scenarios look like. So to put simply, scenario A is the whole enchilada, as I mentioned. It's the lighting, it's the solar, it's the roof, and it's the EV charging stations. We are looking at net savings of about $5.1 million over the life of the project. And that removes, all the costs, that removes the financing costs and the cost to build the project. We are assuming, renewable energy credits and O&M savings from the lighting of $80,000. CBO BOW asked us to take a more conservative approach to the pro forma assumptions. And so in that exercise, we came up with scenario B, which removes the value of the renewable energy credits. It reduces the O&M savings from the lighting to $20,000, which I think CBO agrees potentially a more realistic estimate of what the district spends. And then this scope is EV charging stations at 3 sites, the sites that we have the solar built in the parking lot. Solar at all sites, but the district office, which is the same, 3 new roofs, and that over a 25-year period yields a net savings of $4.8 million.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
When you say savings of this much, so on the previous slide, it showed approximately $10 million cost.
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean we pay $10 million, but we save $5 million? So we still have to pay $5 million net. Is that how it's working?
No, you pay the project cost for construction, and then you pay the finance here over a period of 20 years. You're paying interest on that. But after all of that is paid off, thanks to the solar generation over that 25-year period, you've paid off the financing, and then you get the remaining savings that go directly to the general fund, and that's the $5 million.
Okay,
Yeah.
So the 5 million, 4.8, 5.1, that is actually almost like a profit to us, really. Rather, it means money that we have. If we didn't do this project at all,
Right.
We wouldn't have that. If we do this project by the end of 25 years, we would be 5 million ahead of the game. Okay, just want to make sure.
The one thing to recognize there is, yes, this is the projection, and it's based off of all the very detailed work Angie has done around what we pay for electricity, how much we use. They have a guarantee even about, how much energy our solar panels will produce, but it isn't quite as clean because we, in a way, won't know the counterfactual, right? So PG&E will issue us a bill this year, and then we'll have the solar panels, and they'll issue us a separate bill. And we'll never quite know what our bill would have been if we didn't have the solar panels. Does that make sense? So it isn't quite as clean as knowing what the counterfactual is. All we can do is our best projection.
So we have a really good buffer of not just breaking, coming well ahead.
So those are going to be the detailed scenarios that we'll walk through. Yeah.
And then just to say, CBOBA also had us look at, it was great working with you because you made us look at a lot of different historical rates, just generally for the rates that the district is on, but then looking back at the district utility bills. And like you said, there's nothing that can predict what's going to happen tomorrow. PG&E, has just increased rates. It's not a linear trend. And so at least what solar can do is that can at least hedge against that, because you'll be generating your own electricity. So the next slide, this is sort of the key for the columns that we'll review in the next slide. So in the essence of time, I can just walk through these categories on the next slide. So if you can go to the first performance, scenario A. So this is scenario A, the all-in project. I'll walk us through from left to right. So what you see in column A, which is the net solar project savings, that's what you make from the solar generation. And it's net because we've also removed the cost that it takes to maintain solar and to monitor the panels. So that's what you get in sort of the dollar equivalent. B is the energy conservation savings. That's essentially just your LED lighting savings.
I'm curious about column A. I was looking at this last night, and so the numbers are going up significantly as time goes on. I would expect that as the panels kind of degrade, we save less. So is that because we're paying less interest, or how do we make like 4 times as much money in 25 years as we do?
So we did factor in for panel degradation. The panels we're using, it's like a 2% in the first year, and then 4% here in the previous slide. And then the numbers are going up because we're also assuming a 6% utility rate escalation. That essentially is accounting for that.
Okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
So column B is the LED lighting savings. So as a result of switching the light bulbs, and those are valid, for 20 years. So you have that going to a 20-year period. That's the lifetime of the equipment typically. And then column C is the expected O&M savings as a result of switching to LED lighting. Column E is, D is the estimated costs to run the EV program. So, this includes the general charging fee for users, the ongoing software costs. We're still looking to fine tune this and look at potential other providers to keep the costs lower. But that's where they stand now. And then the total program savings is all those columns added together. And then the estimated lease payment in G, in this case, we've levelized the net saving structure. We have a levelized net saving structure. So the project net benefit in column G are levelized for the term of the financing. So that allows for a consistent savings stream so that you're cash flow positive within the first year of installation. I think we can go to the next scenario. So scenario B is the reduced scope. This is about $1.2 million less in financing because of the removal of scope. And then here we factor in an O&M savings of $20,000. So that's the primary change here for $4.5 million total savings.
Sorry, on the reduced scope, one of the things on the EV charging was it was just 3 sites as opposed to all sites. And those 3 sites were the ones where the EV, the solar panels would be in the parking lot.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's why you see like this number here, the 154 versus the 56, because you get the savings from being closer to the parking lot. Yep.
So there is a performance guarantees for this program. So the district will get monthly reports on the solar generation. There's an annual reconciliation. Energy guarantees 95% of the production. If the systems don't meet the expected projections over a calendar year, then ENGIE will write a shortfall check to Belmont-Redwood Shores. So that's sort of what goes in the performance guarantee. On the right-hand side, we have a lot of experience doing this, and we guarantee projects for numerous sites. A lot of them are here in California as well. So if the district is interested in performance guarantee, that's what we offer. And then for the last slide before potentially look at layouts. So for the next steps, the district CBO is speaking with Bank of America. And so, the district will be negotiating financing terms with the lender. We're finalizing our contract. We need to decide on what scope we land on. We are to get a contract approval, there needs to be a 2-week public notice via government code for the procurement code. So that'll happen on Halloween. Actually, I just noticed the same date. For approval on November 17th, where we would potentially bring the energy service contract and the financing lease agreement. And then lastly, our team is currently working on putting together the internet connection applications to submit to PG&E. So I'm happy to answer more questions now, or if you wanted to look at the solar layouts, it's however you'd like to proceed. Sigo Bauer, Superintendent Guerra.
Question on timing of construction. Of course, minimal impact on campus.
Sure.
Could you talk about the timing of that and how it with
Sure.
summer, school break, whatever?
I think Isabel would love to talk about the timing of that.
So the way it works is that once we get a contract, we do the final engineering. So that takes a little while and we take everything to GSA for approval. So the schedule is really dependent on GSA approval. For the solar canopies, it's pretty straightforward. They've seen it a million times. It's not a big deal. For the roof, because of the structural reviews and etc., the lead time is longer. So for solar, we can pretty much be sure that we can build in the summer, which I know is the least disruptive time for your school operations, etc. For the roof, the review period tends to be longer, as I mentioned. It's hard to say how long. If they don't find any issues, then maybe 3 additional months. And then if they do find issues, then we have to have corrective measures and mitigations, et cetera. So our plan is, if we can have a November approval date, we could confidently build the majority of the scope next summer. Mm-hmm. Definitely, if we go for the rooftop size, we could do the roof replacements over the summer. I think the actual installation of the solar rooftop may be a little bit later, just because of approval timelines.
Talk about the charging stations a little bit more. Who would they be intended to serve? How many would there be? What would their hours of operations be? And if they are there to serve the public in addition to the school, are there opportunities to partner with cities to install those?
So to answer your first question, who? So it's completely up to the district to decide how they want to. We'd like to configure the access and charge points for the EV charging stations. We are able to share our experiences with other school districts around and how they've done it. I know that Mountain View Westman, for example, they allow students and staff to, park and charge for free during the day. And then in the evening hours, they actually open it up to the public and charge 41 cents per kilowatt hour for the use. And that helps recoup some of the costs so that they can pay for the ongoing software charges. So there's sort of that model to look at. In terms of how many hours, again, it's up to you. So that's something we have it determined now, but we would define and as we go along and sort of pulse test what the community would benefit from and what the students would benefit from.
And if I could piggyback along those lines, I've seen charging stations around, they get damaged, someone does something or kids do something in the night. How does the maintenance work for those? Like if it gets broken or down, is there a maintenance service agreement with those, or how does that work if something goes wrong?
That falls under Jamal's team, right?
Yes. So generally speaking, the maintenance agreement will be for 5 years, can be extended as you need to. There's different levels of severity. If there's a downtime, like if they're like mission critical, which may or may not be, given if you just do it to the public, then the response time would be X number of hours, usually 8 or less. And I think the severity is really determined by the district, like must you have this back on versus not, but we do have an O&M team that does maintain that. And I just want to address your question on when it's used, it can be used 24/7. It comes with the software that can also lock use certain times. So for example, if you don't want to charge during the high peak period, between 4 and 9, when the rates are much higher, you can essentially prevent that, for example. But you can decide when it's on, when it's off.
And in the projected numbers, was that maintenance agreement cost included in those? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Just a dumb question because I don't have an EV.
No such thing.
Well, all the EVs that I've seen in public spaces or even at work locations, they're all typically by various companies that are like I think there's just a handful of companies that kind of do that. Exactly. So are these, do you outsource these to one of those companies or is it NG owned? How does that work? Because you talked about software maintenance.
So Angie's technology agnostic, we essentially buy the equipment from the vendor that we think is the most suitable for the application.
Okay.
That you want to use. So we don't make actually any of the equipment.
Okay.
We source the panels, we source the lighting, we source the EVs.
Okay.
So it would come from, names you recognize. It would make sense in terms of costs, etc. Because of the O&M, we want to make sure that there's enough time for the services, so we have a charge associated with that. All of the vendors come with some kind of software that allows for transaction monitoring and also credit card processing. So again, it depends how you use it, right? If you wanted to log just people with certain IDs, you could do that. If you're open to the public, you could do that. And there's also a reporting system because I think some of the incentive credits are dependent on how frequently the EV charging stations are used. So you want to have a reporting that essentially guarantees that you can claim that incentive.
Did you ask how many there were?
Oh, yes, I forgot to answer that, now that I remember. So there are two. So it's one dual part short charger has two, basically can charge two cars. And I believe there's 4 on each site except for.
Always 4 on each site, but the sites that do.
So eight slots.
4 in each
Sorry.
site.
So
two dual
Yes.
ports, so 4 per site.
Okay, so two units with 4
Correct.
charging spots, yeah.
Go ahead.
go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a quick follow-on question about the EV charger. So in the scenario where you're only putting it at 3 schools because that's where the solar is, I guess if you're at all the schools, then you're basically pulling from the regular PG&E, or would it still be pulling from solar first, or like how does that work?
So if I may explain why we are suggesting that it should be with the schools, it's more for the.
No.
Oh, it's because of the marginal cost of installing the EV. It's not really where the energy is sourced from. So when you're putting the solar on the parking lots, you're essentially doing all of the electrical equipment reviews and upgrades. You're going to do the boring and the trenching, and there's a cost to do that. So if you're putting EV, then the marginal cost of adding the EV station, I wouldn't say negligible, but then it makes it cost effective. If you're going to just do it in a place that you're not having that work done, then all that cost is borne by the EV, and it does not make it cost effective. And then I think the way we looked at it is that you would be revenue neutral on the cost of electricity to charge the cars versus what you get back. Maybe you want to have a profit, etc. But the cost of trenching are sizable for EVs only. But if you couple with solar, then it's marginal cost, if that makes sense. So that's the reason.
Could you go back to the slide that shows the 2 different options?
This one?
Yeah. I know it wasn't just the EV that was the difference between the 2, but is that the bulk of the cost?
The roofs and the going from 8 rooftop replacements to 3.
Okay.
So the original scenario A at Sandpiper essentially looks at all the roofs that are up for replacement given the poor conditions. So that was 8 roofs. But because the project is meant to pay for itself, that's a huge capital cost that's going to the project. And really the reason why we would take on the roofs, I mean, we can do whatever you want, or if you want to do all roofs, we do all roofs. But in order to do solar, we need to replace the roofs, and we don't necessarily need to replace the other ones. And I think the thoughts that maybe other financing mechanisms would cover that cost separately from this project.
Got it.
But we are happy to do it.
So scenario A isn't best case and scenario B worst case. It's slightly different scopes within each.
So scenario,
Parameter.
It's a little bit of both. So scenario A is full scope best case. Scenario B is taking more conservative financial assumptions. And as a result, in order to get the project to cash flow, to pencil, we've had to remove some of the costs, some of the scope. So that's the reason why we did some of this value engineering effort.
But scenario A also pencil, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So it's because there's a more conservative approach assumption in terms of what our savings are.
Okay.
But the directive that we gave was that it needs to be cost neutral. And so part of the scope reduction is in response to the lower revenue.
Is there any scenario where there's a change in market, energy, they're floating turbines in the ocean now that all of a sudden prices go down? Is there any scenario where we get flipped, that we see this not pay out?
I mean, I don't believe so. Energy rates are just continuing to increase. If you look at historical rates of the last 5 years, 10 years. We looked at it for the district specifically over the last 3 years. There's 26.7. I think there's a slide on that in the appendix, increase in energy rates. So the trend has been going that a lot of entities, whether you're a homeowner or commercial owner, you want to be more energy independent because the utility providers are a bit inconsistent. Not only are there high rates for electricity, but there's also inconsistency and disruption of the PSPS events and wildfires. So there's a bit of that people have been almost turning inwards for their communities to generate close by, so that you're not paying for the electricity to be sent from further away. So, I mean, we've been doing these projects. MG was actually formerly PG&E back 50 years ago. So we've been doing these projects for 46 years. And they're traditionally, similar projects, a lot of solar, a lot of energy efficiency to bring the costs lower, to be more efficient, obviously. And then the solar to really bite into that utility bill.
It goes back to kind of that trickiness of not knowing what their counterfactual is, right? So we know that we currently purchase 100 units of electricity a year. I'm just making up numbers here. And we know that if we spend, X million dollars, we only have to purchase 10 units of electricity per year. What we don't know is A, how much we would have purchased, and B, how much per unit they're charging us for. And so all we can do is make some assumptions around how much we would have used and how much we would have paid based off of historic data, based off of what we're seeing in the industry. And hope that the X dollars we're paying to generate this pays off. But that's why we have different saving scenarios, because it is all baked in the assumptions.
So I'm wondering, the other school districts that you've worked with in general, where they're faced with, do you put the EV stations at one site versus all the sites, right? What's been your experience?
So it's really varied. And EV charging stations at school sites have only been popular in the last, I would say, maybe 5 years or so, in terms of the interest and adoption. We did a project at Hayward USD, and different circumstances, bond funded, and they wanted to put EV charging district wide. So that was easy for them to do. We're in conversations right now with Livermore Valley, in developments with them, and we looked at EV charging district wide, and similar to this case, they were not seeing necessarily, but the cost was pretty significant to run these programs, and so they're looking at just focusing on the 2 high schools. So it just really varies on how much you think the community will value EV charging stations. If you think that there's enough interest to use the charging stations from your community, that's sort of.
I would say, kind of from a both financial perspective and a strategic perspective, EV chargers don't save us energy, right? They literally use more energy. Nor do they pay for themselves unless A, we charge an exorbitant amount for them, or B, we're getting literally paid, some sort of incentives to get them. And so the reason they entered the scope of this project was, again, if we were doing 95% of the work and the cost is marginal, it's a direction that it's headed in. But strategically really thinking of it not as an energy efficiency project, just a kind of nice to have. And so for the sites where we're not doing 95% of the work anyway for energy efficiency, from a fiduciary management perspective, it becomes, if we're going to spend $50,000 improving this campus, would installing an EV charger be the thing to do? And I think for the most part, our answer would be no. And that's part of the reason I kind of asked to see that scope removed.
And the sites where you're doing the infrastructure for it to be cost effective to have the EV station, those, you've made a decision on those sites, correct? There, in other words, it doesn't make sense to rethink having that in, because you were talking about the canopies, like you can't do the canopies and.
Well, it's the canopies that by installing a canopy in a parking lot, you are already digging up that pavement and you are already connecting to that power line because the solar panel has to feed the power anywhere. So while you're in there, you kind of just insert a new thing, and that is just very, very marginal. So that feels like a, low cost, kind of nice to have. So those are sort of if you're asking whether the ship has sailed and we're definitely going to do it, no, we can absolutely just take out EV chargers from the scope entirely. It was just an area where we felt like, given the rise of electric vehicles, if we've basically already paid for 95% of the installation costs, we might as.
I meant it the other way.
The other way.
I meant it, which is, I think that's something that the community would value. If you go like Redwood Shores Parkway, every other car is a Tesla. So it's like.
Yeah. And I think that
it becomes an equity issue.
Correct.
If you only have it at certain sites and not
Correct.
others amongst the staff
Yeah.
and the community at that. I mean, parents visiting the site as well.
For sure. And I think that's definitely a strategic conversation to have, because there is the other perspective of, if we are going to spend $50,000 at, and this is just, hypothetically, at Cipriani, is an EV charger what they want, or a second shade structure what they want, right? And I think that's a bigger conversation to have.
Sure.
I guess a different question though is if the big cost is digging up the cement, right? At some point, sometimes parking lots need to be repaved anyways, or maybe there's other work needs to be done. Do you just kind of park these things in there and wait until there's a project at that particular site, right?
Yeah, that's definitely another option.
And I, as I recall, I think they strategically went out and looked at how the canopies would be impacted by tree placement, by ball fields, by that. So I don't know that all of our parking lots were fitting. And I look at Jim, because the construction on Hiller. We've learned firsthand about the soil conditions from those guys who are digging, because it's taking them a lot longer because the soil conditions aren't perfect, right?
Yeah, I just to add on to that, when we look at the solar layouts, there's a lot of things that go into consideration when selecting how to do it. Soils is 100%. It's actually a big deal, and your soils at Redwood Shores are not conducive for solar, and as with there's a huge question mark because there's liquefaction down like super deep, and therefore you can't anchor the piles. We consider just size, like a central, your parking lots are so impacted, it's just really hard to put a structure that makes sense. There's the oak trees that we don't necessarily want to cut unless, there's like big issues with that. Anyway, so it's not possible to do solar in every parking lot, even though ideally we always prefer that. We find the schools love that because of the shade and convenience, etc. So we just really try to find the most ideal spot, given all the puzzle that we're trying to solve for.
Right. The point about the trees, is that the major factor at some sites where there are trees there, and that's
It's not a major factor, but it's a factor. So in some sites, we may need to cut trees or trim them, and we would highlight that now where that would be. And I think that's in what you're showing. So, but if it's like this, we look at it if there's like memorial trees, for example, or historical trees, like we don't want to touch those because the community gets very upset. Or if they're like very big part of, like the entry of a particular school. And we get community input. Sometimes people feel very strongly about it, and sometimes they don't.
I just do want to reiterate Rahila's point. I think from a
community perspective, I think if there is a way to have those, even if it's a smaller number at a site versus not having them at all, I do think that's a community interest. I think that's probably a staff interest too.
Mhm. Not to make it all about the EV chargers, but just one additional point. I work at Visa. They recently made it that you can only use the chargers for a certain amount of time because it's so popular that you get an email saying your car is charged, and then you start getting fined if it's not a huge fine, but it's like $1 or something. But yeah, you have to live it so that you can make way for other people. So
And we have quite a bit of time to make the final decision. It's just.
yeah, just speaking to the point about would it be of interest and would it be popular? I think so, especially given the new 2030 law of no more gas powered cars.
Well, fortunately, our parking lot etiquette is so good right now.
I had a totally different question. Solar panels, LEDs, I don't know much about them, but what's the availability of them? Like you were talking about summer, would you be able to get all of the different
Yeah, supply line-
items?
Supply line issues are a big thing.
There are
Right.
little supply chain issues. Yes. We looked at supply chain issues for both the EV chargings, for the lighting, for the solar panels. For the lighting is 3 to 4 months. So yes, and again, we have to go through permitting and submittals, and you guys have to approve everything we do. So that does take a little while.
Okay.
EV charger, same thing, 3 months. For solar, we actually bulk buying for many of other projects because we are very aware of the supply chain issues, and because also the providers want minimum quantities, like they don't want to just send in all onesie twosies. It's more than that we're using here. So we actually placing an order, bulk buying, and then the projects absorb them. So we don't anticipate having problems, but they do exist, right? And again, yeah, we can build it some. Right, that we get the GSA approvals, right, for everything.
That's helpful. I mean, supply chain.
It's a huge deal.
Delays.
Yes.
Sometimes it's 9 to 12 month delays as well. So that's.
Yes. I think the only time where that would be an issue if there's an electrical equipment upgrade that might be needed with your transformers, and then those are definitely running longer than that. But I think like the worst I've seen is like 8 months, and we would know pretty quickly whether we need them or not.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
I think if I can just piggyback on that, but one of the key essential timings is getting in NEM 2 if we do this next summer, that's fine, as long as we get our NEM 2, which is the.
Yes, once we submit the application, we lock that in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got it.
So thank you for clarifying who's hoarding all the solar panels.
We have not.
The one thought I had around the EV stations was similar to the solar panels. Seems that once you've trenched and connected to the power supply, that then allows you to not only put in the first floor, but then have room for expansion. Because I would think the most logistically difficult thing is connecting to the power line. Is that correct?
Most costly and social logistic, but yes.
Okay.
So in all of our solar installations, we install what we call spares, so that you can have other things connected, not just the solar.
Yeah.
And we would have it anyway, right? We will have it even in the ones that you have in your playgrounds. There's sometimes other uses why you want to do that. So yes, we sized the solar panels based on your current electrical consumption and also expected increase with the EVs that are included in our scope.
Yeah.
Just keep in mind that, if you install 10 more, then the solars haven't been sized. In other words, you're just going to increase your utility bill.
Yeah, so I
can support
hear you.
electrically.
I'm asking,
Yes.
thinking into the future.
Yes, you can support that.
There'll be more demand.
The technical viability is there. Yes.
Not for this project, but we're not cutting off our options if we install EVs. We're just creating options.
That is correct. The only caveat, which is true for any site, I think there's a huge demand for EVs in general, but buildings have not been built to essentially absorb this increasing load. So you can't just necessarily plug in 10 more. You have to look whether your electrical system, irrespective of solar, can have the capacity to charge them.
Yeah. That's right.
And that would be true whether you had solar or not.
Can you do me a favor and go back to the pro forma slides? Okay, so just an observation I'm thinking I'm making. I want to confirm if this is right and just to share with the rest of the board. So I see it's 18-year kind of payback on the loan or whatever, lease, loan, whatever. And it seems like for 18 years, we're kind of just breaking even. And then after year 19 and further, we're making $1 million. So then 5 million really comes out of the last 5 years. Right?
Yes.
So, and my understanding is it could be 30 or 35 years this is running. So really that 5 million for every year beyond the 25 that they are still working, we're making another,
Yes.
$800,000.
Pretty just conservative perform because it's solar panels are warranty for 25 years, but they will most likely continue to function at a degraded, capacity.
Or even if one goes bad, we could replace it for a nominal cost.
At that point, yeah.
And it's going to be probably twice as powerful.
It'll be the size of.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably not.
So, I mean, it's just interesting because
It's a good point.
30 years, now it's a $10 million.
It's also worth mentioning that I've talked to a number of other districts that have already have solar panels. And a couple of observations is those who have solar panels and have passed a bond project have opted to spend some of that building even more solar panels. The second thing to note is that some have gone through what's called a purchasing power agreement, which is where instead of getting all the savings off of your bill, you're actually just agreeing to buy your electricity from a different third party at a lower rate. And then they do the capital investment. So they basically install solar panels and you're just buying your power from a third party rather than PG&E. And a couple of districts I talked to who did that in looking at the savings that they were getting, then opted to buy it from the company they signed the PPA from. So interesting points of data from some of our neighboring districts who have done this work too.
So this was an informational item today. I think Rui's CBO Bao is looking for direction about bringing back to our November meeting financing options. That's where the board would like to head.
I have one more question. The performance guarantee, I wasn't quite clear. Is that automatically come with the proposal or is that something optional?
So it is optional if the district wants to. It is included in our pricing and performance, so it's accounted for in there as far as the operation maintenance. But it is at the discretion of the district.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Well, sustainability is something that's kind of not really our focus. I'm happy we're looking at this. Of course, that's because student achievement is our number one goal, but I'm glad we're paying a little bit of time looking at this. And, from my perspective, I think my concerns have been satisfied. We have a guarantee, we're making money. We have a good buffer of making money, even if things don't go well. So I'm interested in moving. Oh, go ahead, Jim.
Are you recommending one scenario over another?
I think there's just a few things that we're still working out, and certainly, would be happy to get feedback from the board around things like, EV charging, whatever it might be. I think generally the direction we're looking forward for is, given that this is a loan that we will be taking out and kind of a willingness to move forward with that, given what we're seeing, and then any feedback with the scope, because what we'll be looking for approval wise on November 17th will be around those two items.
You're looking for feedback now, or?
It can also be offline, but we wanted the board to have the opportunity to get all the information and ask questions of NG, and then we'll continue to keep you guys in the loop before coming back in November with a final proposal or final action item.
Gotcha.
So I feel like President Leinbach, I'm comfortable with moving forward on it, but I would say, given the interest of, I think we all have that interest, right? A shared interest for the community and staff of trying to be equitable at each of our campuses. Don't know if that's possible given, how much it's going to cost, but I think if there's a way to keep that interest in mind, that would be helpful.
Well, and also some consideration about one of our sites being much larger than the others.
Oh, in terms of because by default, every site has 4.
Yeah,
right?
4 EV chargers at Ralston is not going to feel very.
That's true, yeah.
Right.
Because that one,
Sufficient.
That's true.
It's a hurt feeling here.
much larger. More cars.
If major part of the cost is excavation and conduit, then adding a couple more probably is a minimal.
Look into that.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, adding chargers is marginal.
Mhm, mhm.
Right, so that's in particular, that may be
But no,
something to consider. If that's
exhausted the topic. I think this is very valuable.
Yeah, thank you. for that.
And thank you for being so patient. I'm sure you learned so much more about the district you wouldn't have.
Science to this, so.
Yeah, and I'm excited actually about, some of the STEM
Yeah.
learnings and partnership, because, even though our primary focus is on student achievement, there's a lot of interest from the community as well as the students on climate change and what we're doing about it. And so this is a great opportunity to look at it in a real world situation, right?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both, and thank you for bearing with us. For the agenda. Yeah.
There's a lot of positivity in this.
Oh, thank you.
And thanks, CBO Val.
Would you guys like it?
Okay, on to item number 14. Place here, preschool SDC paraeducation, yes, Ms. Eastburn,
Thank you. Good evening.
Director Eastburn.
Pursuant to the reclassification MOU dated September 22nd for the preschool SDC paraeducator and paraeducator for mod severe SDC, the two job descriptions were merged into one. This newly merged job classification shall be retitled paraeducator SDC special day class. This reclassification takes into consideration seniority. It also grandfathers those currently in the preschool SDC paraeducator position to only be transferred with written consent. All assignments and changes conform to board policy and CSEA guidelines. With that, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees approves the MOU with CSEA regarding the reclassification for the position of preschool SDC paraeducator and paraeducator for moderate severe SDC.
Any questions or discussion? Very straightforward. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the paraeducator general education. Or actually, this is the MOU one.
Number
Yeah.
14.
CSEA regarding the reclassification for the position of preschool SDC paraeducator and paraeducator from moderate to severe SDC.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, carries unanimously. And on to item number 15.
This addendum to the MOU that was approved October 4th, to the MOU for general education paraeducators is to recognize that the bargaining unit members who are employed as paraeducator prior to the job title change to general education shall retain existing paraeducator seniority dates in their retitled job classification. The salary schedule increase also went into effect September 16th. All assignments and changes conform to board policy and CSE guidelines. With that, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the paraeducator general education paraeducator MOU addendum with CSEA dated October 4th.
Any discussion? No? Motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the paraeducator, general education paraeducator memorandum of understanding addendum with CSEA dated October 4th, 2022.
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, carries unanimously.
If I can just say one thing, we've had a number of agenda items related to personnel with CSEA and BRSFA. The reason for that is our genuine interest in wanting to make sure that we're open and transparent and clear with our decision making. And I know when there's an issue, we're working really hard to talk through things with our bargaining units to make sure that we're clear and there's a common understanding. And in many of these cases, there is that common understanding, but we want to make sure that it's memorialized in writing as well. I just appreciate Director Eastburn's patience, hard work, and outreach to our bargaining groups to make sure that we're able to do that. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Also, it comes along with the relationship that we've built with CSEA and their chapter leadership from the mothership, Mark Westerberg, who has provided some good leadership in the last few months. So
Great.
appreciate that involvement.
Thank you.
Thank you for working with the bargaining unit to make sure that they are served well. Okay, on to item number 16. So this is a public hearing. And who is?
This is a really straightforward one. This is a week late, so full transparency, we apologize. It was just too early last month. The timing got us all thrown off. But by the 8th week of school every year, we have to do our Williams.
May I open the public hearing first? Sorry. Okay, the board, it's just got to be official. The board will open the public hearing on the resolution of textbook sufficiency at 9:01 p.m.
Okay, so we are supposed to demonstrate and report publicly that we have textbook sufficiency by week 8 of school. This is technically the 9th week. We just, our timing of when school started this year had me thrown off, so I just completely forgot. We are fully resourced. All of students have all core curriculum. They have their workbooks as well as online access through Clever. So we have everything. All of our materials have arrived and kids have been going and going and going. The one thing that is not actually part of the material sufficiency is our manipulatives and hands-on materials for science. We received a huge shipment yesterday. These items are still suffering from COVID supply chain issues. So we were told a month ago they've been canceled. They're not coming. Find your own materials, to which we said, what? And then they called me on Tuesday and said, they're coming. And we said, what a pleasant surprise. So that's what we're still dealing with. Terry and Jessica have been kind of working their tails off to make sure everybody has all the consumables they need to do science experiments and labs. But workbooks and textbooks, we have been good for a long time.
Excellent. Okay, Ms. Ellinger, are there any requests for public comment on the public hearing?
No, there are not.
Okay, in that case, the public hearing will close at 9:03 p.m. And I will leave it up then for the board for any questions or discussion. All good?
Great.
Right, well, glad the supply chain issues.
Right here.
You
Line up.
need an action item.
I move that the board approves resolution number 8, assuring compliance with the Education Code 60119C for adequacy of instructional materials and content alignment for pupils in the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimous.
Keep up the good.
Yep. A little hairy there. Lots of backward items this year.
Okay, thanks. And
May I
Oh,
make
yes,
a
please.
motion just for just a 5-minute
certainly,
recess?
absolutely, yeah.
Sorry, I know, I want to give full attention to your.
Just when you thought you were about to. Okay, the board will take a 5-minute recess.
Oh, it's on, right.
We're back.
Okay, I will now call the meeting back to order at 9:11 PM. And on to item number 17, our Ed Services Update.
Awesome. So, good evening. Tonight, I'm going to talk to you about a couple of different items. Really, we're going to start with a look at our fall assessment data. I know equity's been on top of mind for lots of folks. It's exciting to be able to talk about it more broadly all the time. So we'll look at a couple of the different student groups, our traditionally lowest performing student groups in the discussion as we go through. We will also take a look at how our students who participated in summer school this past year with the Power Scholars Academy are doing and how they're faring. I know that was an interest from the last time we met. I'll give you a little glimpse of state testing performance. This is a preview from our local data, because remember, the public stuff is, the state hasn't finalized all of their data and hasn't certified yet. And then just a very brief touch on our September Learning Day. Here we have our fall assessment data. There's no way you can see any of that. It's not that important from a far distance. What I did do, though, was pull on the left column the performance level in June, and then going across the right in this pivot table, the September data. So if you just look at the first box where it says 114 students did not meet expectations in June. And in September, when they were reassessed, we're still in that same performance band. That's not surprising. Kids don't typically grow over the summer unless they've had a lot of intensive tutoring. But what you will see that's kind of exciting is, of those students who were at performance level 1 in June, 21 improved to approaches, 15 improved to meeting expectations, and 2 improved to exceeding. When there's that big of a jump, there's always more questions. Can you hit the button? Excellent. Just hit space. Yeah, there's animation on it. So really what we're seeing is that in the fall, the performance data is pretty consistent with where they left the year in June, which is good. There are some kids making some advances. I think good data almost always brings up more questions than answers, which is fine. So those are things we're digging into. But I did put on the bottom are the kids who participated in our summer reading program, specifically the PSA kiddos. And the one thing that I want to point out, and you can still see it on the slide, on the very right, you don't have to, you can just leave it where it's green, yellow, and red. 24% of the whole population improved between June and September. 71% stayed static, generally what we expect, and 5% declined in performance. When we look at our students in our PSA cohort, 19% grew, 62% stayed static, and 4% dropped. So it's not hugely different, but it is a smaller percentage making a summer slide. And these are the kids who participated in PSA are your traditionally underserved kiddos who were lower in language, lower in academic achievement, and the kids that you would typically see making a larger slide over the summer. Every year when you come back, teachers will assess in the fall. They'll look at the June data, and there's a percentage of kids that lost because they weren't, it's not even about what they got in tutoring. It's just they weren't necessarily engaged in anything academic and enriching over the summer. So preventing a greater slide in that population, I think, is a win for our PSA participants, small as the group was. Next slide, please. Again, you don't need to pay attention to the details. What I have pulled for you is beginning of year math data. I separated K2 and 3.8 because they are measured off of a little bit different. K2, they're all end of year standards. They cover the whole thing. K2 is a little bit abbreviated because they are our babies. We don't necessarily want to stress them at the very beginning of the year, but we do want to know how they're doing on the upcoming year's standards, particularly when we look at, if you just hit space, there's more animation, particularly when we look at their end of year. So my first graders, you have about a third of the kids meeting end of year expectations already, right? The red is they're approaching, the yellow is secure, developing, and the green is secure, but these are off of end of year expectations. So kids are already far in advance. But when we look at how they left, my first graders have about 50%-ish meeting or exceeding end of year standards right now. They left kindergarten, 87% of them in the green. So not only are they doing really well at the end of the year, they're actually coming in the next year with quite a bit of knowledge. So that's just some information that we're looking at as we pay attention. Same thing you'll see from, so those are my first graders, second graders, third graders. And then when you look at fourth and fifth, What we have here this year is 3rd through 8th. They all did an inspect assessment. 6, 7, 8 is a little bit deceiving. It looks like they're doing so much better because they're all of those kids in the blue, which is exceeding end of year standards. This was given in our AS math classes as part of the benchmark to make sure we moved kids up or down as necessary. So these are the kids who are already advanced testing to ensure that they were properly placed. So it's not a huge win that they're doing better on their grade level standards. They are the AS kids. You'll notice, even with a full end of year test, we have a large percentage of kids meeting and exceeding end of year standards as at the start of the year. It's not so wowing in 3rd grade, right? The majority of the kiddos, nearly 80% of them are, quote, in the red. That's where we expect them to be coming in. We don't want them necessarily knowing all of the year standards. The 4th graders left the year taking that 3rd grade test where you only have, 20% meeting or exceeding standards. 65% of our 4th graders entering 4th grade met the standard at the end of the year in 3rd grade. And then look at where they're performing right now. We still have a good 30% of them meeting or exceeding the next year's standards. This is a little bit more of a robust test. It is inspect. It is written by Key Data Systems. And it's just a longer, larger test. It is standards-based and it's not aligned to our program. So just, again, more questions that arise from this, but just to give you a sense of our kids are starting strong. Next slide. I pulled,
Sorry, can I ask you a question about that 6 versus 7, 8? So am I reading that right? That the 6th graders are doing better than 7th and 8th grade?
So the 6th graders took a different test on the 7th and the 8th, but yes, this was all of the kids placed into AS. 6 AS, 7 AS, and 8.
And how do you, like 7 and 8 seems pretty similar, right? Maybe a little bit different, but what do you think is the, is it just a different cohort or how would you explain that?
I think we all have those same questions. This is something that Sabrina and I will be digging into more as we look at where the kiddos are. I think there's a little bit of selection and who was recommended to AS in 6th grade this year. Oh, I'm sorry. No, all 6th graders took this test regardless. I think that's the difference. All 6th graders took this test and we verified who was supposed to be in AS based off this and we moved some kids in. 7th and 8th were only the AS classes that took it. So it's not the whole population.
But wouldn't you assume it would be the other way, the data would be the
I would
other way
assume it's the other way around. I mean, I think anecdotally speaking, I think it's truly what we are seeing a little bit of COVID effect. But I'm not concerned about it because these are kiddos meeting end of year standards at the beginning of the year. Right. So the fact that we're at 25 and 28% in the red in 7th and 8th to me doesn't throw me for a loop because we're testing them on things that we want them to know.
Is the math also a little bit harder in 7th and 8th?
It definitely gets a little harder. And there are also the kids who haven't taken inspect before. If you'll remember a few years back, the first time we implemented inspect in 3, 4, 5, our scores compared to the following years was significantly depressed. And we thought, oh gosh, there's a learning curve to taking this particular online test. So I think we'll keep monitoring it. It's something that Sabrina is working on closely with her math team in terms of aligning the multiple metrics, making sure we're making solid recommendations for placement, and then making sure that there's solid instruction.
So I actually see this as a positive, right? So I'm wondering if it's not a blip, and if it actually is a trend, then maybe where we're talking about this pandemic effect, maybe that's being lessened, right? So if that's the case, I think this is a positive.
Yeah, I think it's definitely just something to pay attention to. This is the first time we've given the test. Sabrina wanted to do it Ralston. They were there. She got her team on board. They did it. Gloria mentioned talking about mini Mira. We are in partnership designing a common formative assessment for all of our middle school students that is aligned with the same research team who created the Mira for math not placement, but math readiness at the high school level. So all part of the work that we're continuing to do. Just take a look in terms of kind of the general shape of it, because the next slide is going to be in student groups. Same information. This is for our students. These are for our Hispanic students. So you'll see that the red bars jumped significantly, right? Like we can delve into those a little bit. You've got the slides, you've looked at them already. Next slide, please. And then.
But again, on that one, it's proportional, that 6 is so much more there. So it's interesting. Yeah.
And then if we go to the next one, these are our Black African American students. They have been one of our student groups of focus in our LCAP for years, particularly in math placement. So the numbers are fairly low. So I mean, right, like the actual N isn't that high, which is hard to work with, but it's disconcerting to see this. In my perspective, when our numbers are so low, that should be a group we could focus on and spend more time on. And be more cognizant of. So hoping that as we have these conversations at the local level, at the site level, the principals are having these conversations too. Just the awareness that this child scored this is step one to making sure they don't stay in the red. Can we go to the next slide, please? This is our fall writing. This is based off of beginning of year expectations. So green is meeting expectations. We don't color code anybody into meeting expectations. It's a 4-point scale for the writing. But so as you're looking at it, the 2s are considered meeting, 2.53, 3.54 is all exceeding, but we just leave it at meeting. The left is all students. And then you can see our Hispanic students, our Black African American students, and then our students who participated in the Powers Colors Academy. The performance is not surprising. It's not shocking. It's shocking, but it's not surprising. This is what we see, unfortunately, year after year. So first step to changing seeing this pattern is noticing and talking about it and doing something about it.
For the PSA students, was writing an area of focus?
They did reading, writing, and math.
Okay.
Yeah. Their assessment measures that we looked at the last time were only reading and math scores. Writing is really quite hard to assess.
Got it.
Next slide, please.
And then is this still based on like targets for end of year, like math?
This is beginning of year.
Oh, this is beginning of the year.
So we expect all kids to be at a 2.0 on the 4-point rubric because we use the same rubric. For the writing assessments, we use the Teachers College Units of Study rubric on all grade levels. This is K-8 everywhere except Ralston. Ralston, I've been working with Alan Bean, the ELA department is working to align. They are coming up with their own common formative assessment, which I think is fantastic. We'll speak to that a little bit more next time. But they have a new process in place, and Alan Bean is our department chair this year, kind of leading the charge. Letting the great work happen at the site. This next bit of data that we have, we're going to look at SABRS and then we're going to look at my SABRS. SABRS stands for Social Academic Emotional Behavior Risk Scale. This is our SEL screener that we started implementing last year. So you'll see there's 3 bars. It's fall and spring of last year and then fall of this year. So you can see for all students, Hispanic students and Black African American students, the trend from last year to this year is pretty consistent. The one area we do have some improvement where teachers are seeing less risk is with our Black African American students. Generally speaking, this is in kind of that multi-tiered system of support pyramid where you're looking for 80 to 85% of your kids being at the no risk, 5 to 10% at that some risk, and then fewer than 5% at the high risk. That's just kind of how you typically want to see. In all students, we have 90% of our students at no risk, 10% at some risk. Nobody's in the high risk in the all student when we look at all of the 4,000 students that were rated by the teachers. You'll see that's a little bit different when we look at the Hispanic students and the Black African American students. There are students that the teachers, based on how they answered, how often do you shout out? How often are you off task? How often do you have difficulties with your peers? There are some students in both of those that are showing up. And those are the kids then that at the local level, the principals and the counselors work together to determine, is it a tier 1 intervention that we need to work on more in the classroom? Or is this a child that we need to support with some tier 2 counseling support, social skills group, depending on what the issues are. The next slide, please.
Does that also apply to the educators?
What
Educators have bias as well.
Oh, well, yes, yes. So this is
Saying that.
absolutely so.
Hispanic and Black African American students are
Nope.
perceived to have more problems. Perhaps it's a perception issue.
Which is exactly why we then also follow up. No, it totally is, right? So that's why we also look at this data in relation to the My Savers data, which is the next slide. And this is the self-reported student data for all of our 3rd through 8th grade students. Because when we see discrepancies between what the teacher is reporting and what the student is reporting, that tells us we have more to dig into. And that gives us a clue. Sometimes it is exactly the bias and the teacher is seeing more because of an implicit bias. We all have them. Sometimes what we tend to see when we look at our data, and I haven't gone super deep with our counselors, Kristen does that with them. Sometimes we actually see the kids at the teachers rate as really thriving, self-reporting very differently. That's what we tend to see more of, kids who have learned how to cope and present like things are all hunky-dory, but internally are feeling very different. What we have tended to see, and you'll see that all students, the Hispanic and the Black African American, the distribution is similar. Yes, the teacher scores are lower, which we have to work on, but they are similar in relation to one another. So a definite piece of data and continued work as we try to make sure all of our practices are in place. Our PBIS is being reinvigorated, right? I just sent out our kind of refresh training path to our principals just today. So we need to get our teams back up and running. We knew all along that we needed to be focusing on PBIS and positive behavior, but it was just one of those things that people just couldn't deal. But I do think that is partially why we see so many behavioral issues. We have to make sure our systems are in place and we are adjusting. Kids do have more needs. That's without doubt. But that means we can't just keep adding tier 2 interventions. We really need to focus in on what are we doing and how are we changing, and what used to be a tier 2 now should be a tier 1 because more kids need it, right? Your interventions are defined by how many kids need it, not by what the intervention is. And I think that's a learning that we are consistently working on improving in our district. It's hard because, I mean, Dan and I talk about this all the time. It's really hard to say we need to do more because people are already doing so much more, but what we need to do is different. We need to lean on each other more and be a little bit more strategic and utilize our data to guide where do we spend our money, where do we spend our time. So one of the pieces that will be coming back this year is SWIS, which is the school-wide information system. Is a PBIS specific data tracker for offices looking at girls. So we can look at patterns. So we can see, is this happening amongst 1st grade boys? Is this happening in room 12 more often than room 13? Is it the adult that's causing the difference? Whether it's positive or negative, right? Because it could also be, wow, what's happening in this classroom? There are so few disciplinary issues. Let's go learn from that teacher. And it's not just a tisk, but it's a what can we do to solve so that we can lean on each other better. Anyhow, all of that is in support because we know bias exists.
You said Swiss is coming back, so we haven't been using it for a little while.
We have maintained our subscription and nobody had the bandwidth. I mean, we really had no behavioral issues the entire time we were in hybrid and distance because honestly, the kids weren't with us, right? Like there were difficulties and there were issues, but sometimes the kid would choose to turn their screen off and mute themselves. And
we had the issues, they just manifest themselves.
so we didn't have data to collect because we weren't sending kids to the office. We weren't dealing with timeouts. Our timeout was muting you or saying, let's meet privately later, right? So we don't have data over the past couple of years to look at, which is unfortunate, but also understandable. And right, to quote Craig, we can do anything, but we can't do everything. This was the one thing Ed Services decided to let go last year. Not fight. We need it. This is an exciting piece I wanted to give you an update on. We talked about assessment. We talked about how our teachers feel like F&P, the Fountas and Pinnell reading assessment, is really hard to give. It's really hard to give effectively and efficiently. And it's also really hard year to year when you get kids to trust the data that you got, because with every individualized person, there's a little bit of tweaking in the assessment. So I am guilty of that as a teacher. I didn't trust the data that I got, so I always assessed every child on my own. It's not a good use of time. So we've been looking at different options. We have 37 teachers participating. At all of our sites except Ralston, because they just do assessments a little bit differently, in piloting the Fast Bridge Assessment Toolkit. The Fast Bridge assessments are an Illuminate product, and they are also the same product we bought to have savers. So it's a little bit of using our money wisely and using the tool that we bought more broadly. In this pilot, our teachers are learning about the difference between a screening versus progress monitoring. They are learning how to look at data. They are looking about how to use the tools in their toolkits. And there are, based off of the screening data, recommendations for every student of what interventions you should do, along with like live clicks to lesson plans. That also feeds into the progress monitoring of what tests should you be checking on, right? Like what skill are they missing? Here's how you teach it. And what tests are you giving each week to really monitor? Because what we know about intervention is we need to monitor it. We need to do the intervention with fidelity. And we need to have at least 6 data points to really see the trend line and see if it's accurate. So this is all of the very specific training my 37 teachers are getting. The next few slides just give you looked at this before. This is all of the components that are available within Fast Track. We're only looking at the reading. This tool also has a math counterpart. We have fluency tests. There's numeracy tests. There's basic early literacy subtests, letters, sounds, blending, digraph, nonsense words, reading sentences. There's basic math skills tests as well. And then there's all the counterparts as you go more specifically. So we're starting with reading and hopefully people will love it. This just shows you the different tests. Part of it is one-on-one. Once there's a pretty steep learning curve because there are a lot of materials. If you walk by my office later, you'll see the stacks of papers. Those are all the different progress monitoring tools. I told everyone I would make them a master set and send it to them so they don't have to print it themselves, although they'll probably only use a chunk of it, but at least they have it. In K1, it's approximately, once you've learned how to give the assessments, 5 minutes a child times your 25 kids. So that, your eyes are like, that's a lot. The F&P takes upwards of 10 minutes a child. So this is a bit of a savings. And for those who are advanced readers, there's an automated portion you can start putting the kids into. You can assess the kids at any grade level. You've got your grade level set, but if you need to, you can go outside of your grade level up or down to really get where the child's at. So then starting in 2nd grade, they do the fluency test, which they call the curriculum-based measure, alongside an A reading, which is adaptive reading. So the teacher does 3 1-minute fluency tests. So it takes about 5 minutes to do that because you read for a minute, literally take a timer, read for a minute, stop, move on. You do those 3, and then they take an automated test on the computer. So all 25 kids can do it at once. So in a matter of much less time than once you get into 2nd and 3rd grade, the teachers report that it can take 20 to 40 minutes to do an F&P or a series of F&Ps per child because they're trying to get the right level. The adaptive reading test will get you to their exact precise point. And every child gets their own personalized test because like the CAS, it will adapt up or down based off of your own answers. And then in 4th grade and up, it's 100% automated. So those are the different measures. Next slide, please. This just is a visual for you guys to see all of the work that comes out of this. All of the reports are tiered. So it aligns with our MTSS work. It aligns with all of our practices already, and it's split up. So it's a lot. It's kind of like Excel. It's beautiful and you yet do a lot. We have to spend a lot of time learning how to do it well, but there are some really powerful tools in there and reports that I think our teachers are already really liking. State testing overview. What I have for you is this past year, 21-22 on the left compared to 2021 on the right. If you'll hit the next button, please. You will see that ultimately, bottom line is our kids continue to have strong academics. There is a slight increase from last year to this year. We don't have claims data because again, it was an abbreviated test. Next. If we look at the kids that were hours in the 2 years, will you hit the button, please? You will also see, even when we're controlling for, I think it's even better. When we control for the cohorts, the kids that we had for 2 years in a row, you'll see that there's growth in both math and ELA, and the growth is bigger. It was a couple percentage points in the previous slide for the overall total, right? Different 8th grade cohort, different 3rd grade cohort. But you'll look that we made a 3% gain in ELA here, and then we made a 3% gain in proficiency in both ELA and math for the kids that were ours versus the 2 and 1, I think it was. Again, you don't need to see the numbers, but this is just about our student groups. The 21-22 data is on the, yeah, I did this wrong. The 21-22 data is on the right and the 2021 data is on the left. Sorry, I flipped those. But you'll see the kind of ups and downs of the all students versus the different student groups is pretty consistent. We're not making huge gains yet, but it's not getting worse. And in the strange year we've had, I would take that as a win for our teachers. Particularly because we know that some of the kids, based off of their socioeconomics, based off of their demographics, were hit harder. So the fact that they didn't fall further behind really truly is a win. Kind of goes to our growth goal that we're looking at in terms of this year's goals. And then the next slide is really just kind of a thank you to anybody who's listening, because I know as a parent, it is really hard when the school district says, we're not open today because it's a teacher learning day. And you think, what the heck is going on? We were able to host the Be Glad organization. Every single one of our teachers, regardless of grade and site, got the kind of first 3-hour orientation training from the Be Glad organization, which stands for Guided Language Acquisition by Design. They are a tried and true, long time, highly awarded professional development organization focused on teaching teachers good strategies to support language learners. The bottom line is, even though we don't have that many ELs kind of by percentage, all of our students are language learners, and prescribing to UDL, good strategies for a small group are good strategies for everyone. So there's a picture of their 7 hip pocket tools. Those are the main tools that they talked about and learned, so that after the 3-hour training, teachers could on the very next day implement and do something a little bit different, a little bit better. We have several teachers who have signed up now for the subsequent certification training. We have some new grant money, so I'm planning on doing some more GLAD training over the summer for full certification for teachers. And then the second half of the day, whether it was the morning or the afternoon, depending, blocked by grade level, sites had time to participate in strategic planning conversations. Sites had time to work with their principals and have some local PD as well. So it was a really positive day, time well spent, lots of balance between locally led with your own site and expert led from the Be Glad organization. So that's kind of the beginning of our year in a nutshell. Questions? No wonder our teachers are tired.
I do have a question. Actually, you did a great job, so I don't have questions about this. I do have a question, though, that came up in the Fox coffee chat that President Leinbach and I went to. You know, we're talking about TK a lot in terms of, you know, building the classrooms and having them ready, et cetera. But the question that some of those folks were asking was, what about curriculum? And so just wondering, if you're not prepared to give that answer right now, that's okay. But just at some point, I would just say that's an interest.
It is on our mind. Julie and I are working with we are part of a county consortium for professional development for our educators. So we are working on that. There is nothing at the moment that's newer, but like we are working on that. We have a curriculum that Diane Sexton took the lead on and put together, and it's sequence, and it's a lot of art and music and fun, which I think is the appropriate thing in TKers, especially as they're getting younger, right? I think our goal is to continue to make it your first learning experience. It's a fun place. We learn through art and play. I would say, and this is anecdotal, but having been in public education now for 20 years, one of the things you hear often with first standards, then Common Core standards, is kindergartners and first graders don't get to play. They are supposed to be reading. They're like, the academic expectations keep encroaching to a younger age. I mean, we haven't talked about this, so this is purely just me. I think the appropriate thing for our TK program is to continue making it an experiential learning experience, hands-on, manipulative, language development, social play. Yeah, they're going to get some letters and sounds and pre-reading skills, but the goal is really, can I be in a classroom? Can I share my space? Can I take turns?
Well, I'm glad you said that, because I think some of the anecdotal stories we've heard about the behavioral issues, I think that focus is the right focus. Just get them to be able to interact in a group in a positive way, right?
I mean, I think teachers want so much to do well that they are so focused on the academics that sometimes we have to remind them it's okay to take the time. Like, yes, I beat the drum to say turn in your assessment data, but it's okay if you don't start your curriculum right off the bat. Because if you don't have your classroom management and routines and relationships, and particularly post-pandemic when kids didn't go to preschool, kids didn't get to play with each other, kids could only have these small little 2 or 3s because everyone was so afraid that their kid was going to get sick from someone else or make someone sick. I think it's okay for us to take the time. We are lucky in that 80% of our kids, even despite the pandemic, are meeting and exceeding expectations at the start of the year, and they continue that growth pattern.
That actually came up in our brown bag today about kind of beating that drum on the pace.
Yeah.
Always beat it on, and reminding folks that we do need to take care of the human side, and the academics are going to come, especially with post-pandemic. But I would concur that the focus on adding TK or making universal TK isn't there so that our kids learn more faster. It's so that they have robust developmental experiences that are age appropriate across the board, right? So, those experiential, those learning how to interact in schools and whatnot is really the focus.
Yeah, I had a question. I'm kind of curious, when you see so many students already mastering math content at the beginning of the year, does that relate back to some of that academic challenge kind of metrics that we heard from Sandpiper earlier, or does that?
I think it speaks to a lot of different things. It speaks to, we have a very educated community that invests in their child, and there's a lot of after school activities. So some of their knowledge is gained outside of school, and that's okay. I'm never going to say no, right? Like, I think that is reflected in the kids coming in knowing next year's, right? I think it is a reminder to us too that we can spend time going deeper rather than going further. So spending more time on problems of the month, problem of the week, doing the SVMI performance tasks. Part of why I think the inspect test is a nice measure is because it is varied. It is not worded in the same way our curriculum is worded, which I think the K-1-2 test also is a little. It doesn't give us a full measure. It measures how well our kids do on our curriculum, which is great, but our curriculum isn't the end all be all, and it doesn't have everything in it. So I think when we look at our Mars tasks, the scores are a little bit more varied. So I think we need to do more in-depth, real life problem solving. We've got the standards piece down and the kind of basic skills, and you need to have your rote skills to be successful in problem solving. If you don't have your basics in addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, you don't necessarily have the framework to be able to solve a real life problem of, trains traveling this fast, going this distance. How long does it take me to get there? Well, if I don't even understand how multiplication and division work, I can't, right? So they go hand in hand, but I do think what the assessment data shows us is we have the opportunity to go deeper. We have kids who are prepared.
Yes.
Let's not do next year standards. Let's just do this year's standards with more challenge.
The SVMI is more application based, and it was an assessment that we actually used when I taught second grade, and it was you could do well on the state test back then and not do well on SVMI, but if you did well on SVMI, you always did well on the state test because it was a much.
I would say, looking at all of the placement data from 5th to 6th grade, that statement still holds true. One of the pieces of Mini Mura is the way they sell their product to us, not their product, but the work that we're doing it is a mini Mars task without the thousands of dollars that we had spent and the hours to score and calibrate, and then takes a month to then give the scores back. Then you're like, with any assessment, part of why we're doing FastBridge is I want teachers to be able to get the data quickly so that they can respond to it before a month has passed. And now the kid is not performing where they did on the assessment, and now the score doesn't tell me anything, right? So that's part of the FastBridge screening quick actionable data. Mini Mira hopefully will give us the same, where the kids will be able to take an online test and there's, AI who's going to score, and teachers will get a quick feedback of what skills are demonstrated here and what's not. So how do I adjust next week's lesson? Instead of saying, okay, now teachers go to this training in 3 weeks, then come back and train your trainers. And then we have to find a Wednesday to score together. And I mean, honestly, from assessment of the test, administration of the test, to training, to scoring, to actually having scores to give back to teachers takes on average 7 weeks. It's too long.
Yeah. And then when you talk about, proactive versus reactive, like some of the feedback from the students, like that's part of it, right? Is when there's such a long feedback loop.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's that give and take too, right? Like it also doesn't mean anything if you're not calibrated.
Yeah.
Right. So hence looking for better tools to give us really in-depth knowledge that teachers can respond to quickly.
And I know in the past, there was a lot of, issues with getting data entered into Illuminate. Have we kind of moved past that now? Because there's so much that's being.
I think the bulk of our teachers have moved past it. Okay. Our response rates are higher. Our principals are getting better at utilizing the tool. I spent a lot of time modeling for them and taking them on tech tours. So a lot of our time together is look at who's done it, who hasn't, what's your school data, what are the trends you're seeing, how are you responding, right? So teaching people to use the tool so that the tool we have that's great can actually help us. It's all kind of part of the growing pains.
And I'll just compliment Assistant Superintendent, who she's been working with principals to help us better utilize data while we're working with staff, so that the information they're collecting is actually actionable and usable. Right? So if we can help usher that shift.
We're just continuing the work, right? I feel like we're finally back. We've got the teacher leaders. We work at that level where there's distributed leadership. I'm giving them skills. And then there's the kind of on the ground. That's really cool. Let me show my teacher. I think the grassroots efforts from your teacher leaders is more effective than the principal, right? I mean, I don't want to be the person who mandates you must do X, Y, and Z, because the moment I leave or the principal leaves, that mandate goes away and the practice didn't change. And ultimately, we need to change the practice in a sustainable manner, because I think the kids are only going to get harder. I mean, let's be honest.
How does Aries and Illuminate work together?
They sync overnight.
Okay. And teachers enter into Illuminate, which
teachers enter into, so we use Aries for all of our student information, and Jerome basically manages all of that. Our enrollment stuff goes into Aries. That is where we pull all of our information for CalPADS for state reporting. Illuminate is only teacher facing. I mean, not only teacher facing, but Illuminate is the easier teacher tool where they can give assessments and they can upload scores. So the uploading kind of is like a spreadsheet. It's a glorified spreadsheet. You input your information, but Illuminate does have pre-built tests, which are inspect. And then some of the other pieces where teachers can create their own tests where kids take it online and it's an instant score. So our third through eighth grade math tests are done 100% online. Kids solve the problem. I mean, they have scratch papers that they can solve, and then they input their answer. And the minute they hit submit, within 30 seconds, there is a score that does an item analysis for you.
But that's all via Illuminate.
That's all Illuminate. Aries is really just, the teachers do log into Aries to do lunch, breakfast, and attendance. And if they need to pull contact information, I'm sorry.
But scores are there.
Grades are there for Ralston, yes. Report cards are in Illuminate for everyone else.
Okay.
Parents, we give the instructions for Illuminate. You could go to Aries and get the same information you get in Illuminate, but we just decided to send you to one place.
Got
it. Some of the data that you showed, and thank you for the excellent presentation, by the way. I see a breakdown in terms of ethnicities. What about SES? Is that something that we're allowed to report? Number one. Number two, the other thing that I'm curious about is we have our new breakfast and lunch program. Is that perceived well amongst different subgroups? I hear complaints from higher SES parents that the quality and choices aren't there and I can't have my sushi and whatever else. Not running for re-election. Anyway, but I do wonder about folks that maybe didn't have access to food as well, and how those programs are being perceived.
So the first question that I'm gonna answer, because it's easy, is I think Ruri is the better person to tap into for breakfast and lunch questions. Because she has far more visibility over logistics and feedback and all of that. That's my easy answer, because I don't know.
Social comes talks to us next month.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is food insecurity and student achievement are not separate issues.
No, I totally agree with you on that. The SES, I did not poll. If we look at our general data, our students our socioeconomically disadvantaged students do underperform compared to the all, but it's hard to separate out. I mean, I would have polled, it's just kind of too much to go in one presentation. Our Hispanic students, our Black African American students, our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and our English learners. The difficulty and why we do unduplicated counts is that a kid could be 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
Or they could actually be all 4 categories. And so by pulling that, we would kind of be looking at the same kids twice. So I opted to look at our Hispanic and our Black African American students because they actually perform lower than either of those other groups.
So another trend that I noticed as a parent is that when I'm dropping off my kids, the kids that are getting off the bus are probably there 20, 30 minutes before everybody else. And so that means they're getting up earlier.
Yep.
That also means that they need some decompression time. And how structured is their decompression time?
It varies at the sites, and that's something that we can work on.
Yeah, because you hear about folks that have said, have talked about programs, at least anecdotally, where they actively work on that decompression and resetting the mindset so that kids come in not keyed up or exhausted, but they've actually put their mindset around learning so that there's less interventions or behavioral issues that are noticed. The kids are not as wired, I guess is a good way of saying it. And so do we need to put some, I don't know this to be true, but do we need to put some active attention to that?
I think there is active attention at the site level. We can certainly put some more strategic attention at the district level to that. I know Carrie runs something differently than Ryan, runs something differently than Gloria. And then it's less of an issue at Ralston because the last site, so they get dropped off kind of right as school's going.
Well,
but even so, there's
an issue or less of an opportunity. Because that's time there's an opportunity to intervene and
yeah, I mean,
something, and if you're the last one, you just like go, maybe you come in not necessarily with the right mental mindset.
Yeah, after a 40-minute bus ride, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, definitely something for us to continue to look at. Any other questions?
Thank you for staying late with us and
always
wrapping up the meeting.
Here to the end.
Yep.
It's not midnight.
Yeah.
There's people.
Don't jinx it. Okay, on to item number 18 is a board policy, first reading. Up for discussion. I wanted to talk about board policy 9100 anytime, and actually that's a bylaw. The 9,000 is always interesting me because that's more of our organizational structure. Were there any other specific policies anyone wanted to talk about? If not, why don't we go to that one? And I had sent Dan, Superintendent Garra, some information earlier just to give him a heads up on this. So 9100 talks about if it's not an election year, then we have to have an organizational meeting no later than December 20th. Well, if we're doing our board meetings on the third Thursday of the month and Friday is the first of the month, then that board meeting would be on the 21st, which would be against us. So we have a conflict in policy where one says we had to do it on the third Thursday, the other one says we have to do it by the 20th. So just want to make sure that maybe we need to put a clause in that timing one saying we'll do it the third Thursday unless other policies restrict us otherwise, something like this.
Yeah, so we do each year adopt the board calendar. And at that point, I remember last year double checking this because this actually clause was impacted us in a negative. We had to add a meeting last year to make sure that we fit the timeline. So when we develop the board calendar, I do check this. And if there's a holiday that conflicts, we make an adjustment to the schedule and then we adopt that as our regular schedule.
And there was another section, says at this meeting, the board shall, one, elect a president and a clerk and or vice president from his. I think we should change that to say elect a president, a vice president and a clerk, just to be clear that there's three separate positions, not a choice.
Yeah.
You're really an election person. You just kind of move it on down the road.
Well, that's
a rotating position.
That's a topic for discussion. And that was kind of my next thing about the language of the new policy says the board shall each year elect one of its members to be the clerk, vice president. This member shall be one who previously has not served in office unless the board members have previously, unless the board's members have previously served in office. After serving 1 year as clerk / vice president, the elected member shall serve 1 year as president. Well, that, first of all, there's a clerk, a vice president, and a president. We should distinguish those. And it's a little bit, in our old language in the current policy talks about succession or rotation, about how, there's a seniority and people should rotate there, and to the greatest extent possible, everyone should get their turn to be president. Just thought maybe we could have a quick discussion if that is still the intent of the board going forward. And then between what's here and what was the old policy, what I might recommend is wordsmithing, and this type of meeting isn't always the best thing, but maybe if it's okay with everyone else, maybe have a quick discussion if that's still our intention to have, that level of rotation, give people equal opportunity to serve in that position. And then maybe have two board members meet with Dan later on to do the wordsmithing and present it at the next meeting. Does that sound reasonable, everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that being said, and Trustee Howard, to your point, you were saying it's like everyone gets a chance. Everyone comes in, of course, with new board members coming on. How do you determine how that is? I'm not sure. I just leave it open for discussion about it. If you want to continue that policy, and then we can just tweak the words.
Put in the unless you're a nut clause.
Yeah.
It's getting late.
No, I really like that rotation. Norm, I guess, in policy, because it takes some of the politics out of it too, right? And it gives everyone a chance, and you kind of know when your turn is up based on cycle, and you can kind of plan ahead for that, and really like that partnership between the vice president and president, which gives that continuity from year to year. So I think that's something we should keep doing.
And we can simply say that we're going to appoint whoever is in that next position into the clerk, and then by default, they roll into VP and president. And you said, no, we don't have to elect. I mean, we don't have to. We can just say every year that follows the policy, we could just say, yes, here's the new clerk. And then it just, by default, the following year, they go through to the next highest office, unless someone opts out, which they have the option.
Right.
Right.
So I was thinking that, and you said it, the way I read this policy, there's not an opt-out clause because of the use of shall. So I would say, unless the individual defers, or we can wordsmith that to make sure that that's the case.
There's an opt-out clause, or there's gonna be an opt-out clause. I'm just saying.
So only you would get to decide if you wanted to opt out as moving to the.
This is looking better. Forever. View gallery. Throwing bombs.
Question of like when new board members get elected. I remember we had that question way back when. And we decided to just say, well, depending on how many votes they got, was gonna be the order that they follow. So if they got a higher number of votes, I don't know if that would ever change, when it becomes district elections, but you can come.
Oh, that's a good point.
But in
the
the at-large election, that was kind of how we looked at it. So depending on how many votes they got.
Actually, that is an interesting point. You would almost need to have it. You'd have to have a rotation within a rotation then, almost.
It'll be weird, but
Maybe for the near.
for the near term.
Near term, I think we can our past practice is seating based on vote. Yeah.
I think that the past practice has been more of a tradition, not a board policy.
Yeah, I
agree.
And it's just been, I think many elected official organizations do the same thing. They just have a tradition of how the rotation. Not everyone does that, but that's what a lot of organizations and ours has traditionally done. What Trustee Koo has mentioned about the policy, that my understanding is that's a little bit more of a recent history. Every board has decided how they wanted to do the rotations. There's always some sort of logic that's applied that is mutually agreed to that particular board. I would say that I don't feel that I need to weigh in on how you might do the rotation next year. I would leave that to the future board, the next set of 5 individual, my personal preference. That's my thought. I did have one other comment though on the language there. The option 1, that last paragraph. The member shall be one, so it says the board shall each year elect one of its members to be clerk or vice president. Let's say it's vice president. This member shall be one who previously has not served in office unless all the board's members had previously served in office. I guess is this where you were thinking of the caveat potentially of, it just needs to also be clarified that if someone's not served and has chosen not to serve, then it can be someone else's option, or I don't know. It feels like it's getting overly complicated language, but or maybe another suggestion is just that you strike out that language, that requirement that it has to be somebody who hasn't served as long as everybody else has had their turn. I don't know. Just something for you to consider as you're thinking about it.
Well, one other thing to think about is to your point about the tradition. Almost 10 years now, right? We've had this tradition that Trustee Koo talked about, the VP president, being aligned with the superintendent. I actually think that's worked really well. And it's not in our policy, but I wonder if we should codify that so that, we seems to be kind of a best practice where, you're sort of getting the next person ready for taking on the mantle, which I think makes a lot of sense. The other thing is I concur on the deciding whatever the area people is. I think it's not really our place as this board to decide that for the next board, right? I think they should decide that.
Yeah, I'm always for not too stringent language because it can bind you in places where you shouldn't. But I mean, if we can just put the spirit of our intent of giving everyone a chance and having a rotation and the things we discussed, I think that'd be sufficient. Any other thoughts? Good discussion. If not, then I would recommend we choose two folks to have that meeting with Dan to,
I would.
yeah.
I think you will be staying on board and providing the continuity.
And since we have our.
That was easy.
Okay, so next meeting we'll come back with some, or maybe you could provide that meeting or the
Yeah.
language in advance about the next meeting everyone's.
So once we have a conversation, I'll be a board update. I'll provide the next steps.
And then there's feedback that can go back to you directly.
I feel like the person who'd be most appropriate to fill that role will be the person who gets the least amount of votes in the SUHSD election. Which would be Rahila, because she won't get any.
How do you know I'm not reading my name?
I'm still the least amount.
Oh, I'm still getting the least amount of votes, so that doesn't work for me.
Not the most, the least.
Okay, this is informational only. Any other discussion on that?
It is first read, so community and board, if there's any feedback, we'll incorporate that feedback to make that final recommendation to the board.
Okay, on to item number 19, 2x2 agenda.
Yeah, so our 2x2, next 2x2 is scheduled for November 1st. Looking forward to that. Starting to circulate the agenda and socialize the agenda a little bit. Our last meeting, we had a ton of stuff on the agenda. Just off the top of my head, I've heard continuing the conversation about articulation with Carlmont, seeing if there's any shared PD opportunities and visitation specifically to Sequoia to look at their IB program. Those are probably the top on my list if there's other things from the board.
Those are probably the highlights and the most important.
Yeah, and this is just kind of tickler for the future to think about too, just the staggered start times. I think that's something that we were going to talk about and we didn't get time to talk about for next year, obviously. And then, you know, one of the ideas that came up when we've been talking to parents in different meetings has been the summer before ninth grade to could we have something that's a joint effort between the districts to get those eighth graders ready? Everyone who I've talked to is like they jump from eighth to ninth grade. And I feel like this with my own kids. All of the time management, executive functioning, all of those skills really kind of come to the forefront in those first few weeks of ninth grade. And if we can prep kids, you know, in that summer.
Almost like the TK of high school.
Yes, there you go.
Maybe it could be part of the articulation conversation. Just are there things that could be done in eighth grade to help create those study habits or just some of the things that are needed?
Yeah, the highlighted, of course, is like the statement that I think one of the parents made of strategic planning. You never want to hear somebody say, well, they were supposed to teach you this.
Yes.
Supposed to review.
Yeah.
That may include some, you know, executive function in addition to some skill set.
Yeah. We can look at that for sure.
But it always feels like we don't have enough time. And I think we only have 1 hour.
Yeah.
Right, again, so.
Yeah.
And I think based on all the equity work that they're doing, that might be also a topic of, you know, are there any joint efforts that are possible? Because we're both at kind of that stage where you've defined a statement, but how do you put it into action? There might be some sharing that's possible.
Right. Noted.
All right. And I believe it's
Trustee Bo Polly and Trustee Boss.
yeah, okay, yeah.
Oh, first
You're
grade.
doing that, okay, well, well, we look forward to hearing your feedback after the meeting. So, okay. On to our favorite agenda item always is future board meeting items since it's our last.
Yes, you see the major topics there, of course, we'll fine tune as we get closer. November, you can expect a child nutrition update. We'll also be bringing in light of tonight's conversation, information about financing for solar to the November meeting. In December is our board reorganization, is recognition of retirements, first interim solvency report, so a big meeting. We will likely, because it's the reorganization meeting, and do kind of a bifurcated meeting where we do some recognition and some celebration over a little break, and then we reconvene after that with the transition.
Quick question for you. I know this was rescheduled. I'm just seeing it on November 17th. When is the 2x2x2?
Good question.
Recommendation has been after the election. So after obviously November 8th, depending on when people are available and who is going to be attending, depending on the results, it could go maybe December because of the Thanksgiving break. So it's still kind of a moving target at this point.
And at that point, we may have new, new folks.
Does it make more sense to have the proclamation of exiting board members at the November 17th meeting instead of the December meeting?
We could look at options. I know typically the reorganization is there's specific timelines around that, not that we couldn't do recognition earlier.
I thought in the December meeting, the first thing you do is swear in the new members and then they come sit on the days.
Yep.
And then they fully take over that meeting.
So,
Yeah, usually it starts out with the recognition though, right?
So the thought, and I'll verify, but would be starting with the current board, doing our recognitions, swearing in of new board members, taking actually a formal break and having a little bit of time in between, and then reconvening with the new board was the thought. But
so the only thing I would say for that December meeting, then you should not have closed with the old board.
correct.
So close should be after open instead of, does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. Hopefully we won't need to have close.
Right. No, but in case.
Just in case, yes, it would be after. You. And I think tomorrow, if we want to, when we debrief, if we want to look at timing different, we can.
No, I was just looking at the list on one versus the other. One looks a little thicker than the other.
Oh, are you saying like there's too many agenda items on December that might make it a really long meeting? Kind of thing?
That'll be a good first meeting.
What did ours go to? Like 12:30 or something like that? It was like our first meeting. Great.
Yours was in the spring, so.
Yeah. Oh, no, but our average was like 11:30 midnight.
That being said, moving along. Okay, are we good for seriously? Okay. With that, we don't have anything to convene to close session, so we're good. Yep. Okay, in that case, I will call the meeting to close at 10:16 p.m.